Are you ready to unlock the power of programming? Welcome to Pro Free Courses Comp, the one-stop destination for all things coding. With us, you're not just learning, you're embarking on an exciting journey into the world of programming. Imagine having access to over 100 comprehensive courses from the world's top universities all at your fingertips. From Microsoft Office to Google Workspace, from Python to JavaScript, from React to Node.js, from beginner to advanced, it's all here and it's all free. This isn't just about learning to code, it's about mastering the language of the future. Joining Pro Free Courses Comp means becoming part of a community of learners, developers, and innovators. It means stepping into a world where learning never stops, where every line of code you write opens up a new universe of possibilities. So why wait? Subscribe now and take the first step towards coding your future. With Pro Free Courses Comp, you're not just learning to code, you're learning to create, innovate, and transform the world. Pro Free Courses Comp. Learn, code, your path to success.
Imagine waking up tomorrow as a web developer. What would you want to build? It turns out that with AI tools like ChatGPT, you're already a developer regardless of your experience if you know how to work with them. Welcome to a different kind of coding course that's less about the intricacies of coding and more about building, experimenting, and realizing your ideas even without coding know-how. It's your fast lane towards getting the coding superpower. In this course, you'll use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, the building blocks of the web, along with ChatGPT, an AI model developed by OpenAI. And you'll even get to work with a tool powered by Google called Firebase to add a database to projects. But we won't deep dive into the technicalities of these languages and tools or cover the basic concepts. This course is your shortcut to prototyping and building cool projects with AI's assistance without worrying about all the tedious foundational stuff. The focus is helping turn you from a non-coder into a capable problem solver. AI and tools like ChatGPT aren't just here to provide coding answers. They can be a part of your creative process, helping you brainstorm ideas, reinforce your newly learned skills, and even enhance existing code. By the end of this course, you'll have a collection of fun, interactive, and database-powered mini projects that you've built with the help of ChatGPT. Let's have a look at all the cool stuff you'll build. In the first section of the course, you'll start to unlock the potential of AI by building and deploying your first projects using ChatGPT. You'll start by building what's called a hero section for a fictitious product. It's an essential part of any website or landing page. Then you'll create a subscription form for a service called BarkerBox. After that, you'll take things up a notch by building an interactive invitation that allows guests to RSVP to an event. Then you'll build a fun raffle app where users enter their names into a cake raffle, then it picks a random winner. And you'll turn up the volume on your building skills, literally, by creating an interactive drum kit app that plays real drum sounds. In section 2, you'll build next-level projects. From your own version of the classic whack-a-mole game to an interactive project slideshow and a personal homepage to showcase all your projects. You'll even get to build a mobile-friendly smart home interface and a Chrome browser extension that saves and stores shopping wishlist items. And section 3 is a big one. It's all about building database-powered apps with Firebase. First, you'll connect the event invite project from section 1 to a Firebase database. Then you'll work on a complement generator app to spread delight, as well as an app called Lunch Vote to help you and colleagues decide on lunch spots, and an app called Road Wallet to manage group expenses while traveling. By the end, you'll have gained the confidence to keep building and turning your ideas into more functional prototypes and full-fledged applications, regardless of your coding knowledge. Plus, you'll learn how to deploy your projects with a service called Netlify and share your awesome work. And even transform projects into mobile-friendly apps that users can install on their devices and conveniently launch from their home screen. And your teacher for this course is me, Gil Hernandez. I'm a teacher at Scrimba, and I can't wait to start this journey and help you unlock your inner builder. Before we start, I encourage you to head over to Discord and let the Scrimba community know that you're starting the course in the Today I Will channel. You can click on this image to jump right into the channel. Alright, so join me in the next lesson where you'll begin coding and building in a whole new light with AI and ChatGPT. See you there. Imagine waking up tomorrow as a web developer. What would you want to build? It turns out that with AI tools like ChatGPT, you're already a developer, regardless of your experience, if you know how to work with them. Welcome to a different kind of coding course that's less about the intricacies of coding and more about creating, experimenting, and realizing your ideas even without coding know-how. In this course, we'll use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, the building blocks of the web, along with ChatGPT, an AI model developed by OpenAI. But we won't deep dive into the technicalities of these languages or cover every basic concept. Instead, we'll focus on helping you prototype and build projects with AI's assistance, turning you from a non-coder into a capable problem solver. AI and tools like ChatGPT aren't just here to provide coding answers. They can be a part of your creative process, helping you brainstorm ideas and reinforce your newly learned skills. By the end of this course, you'll have a collection of mini projects you've built with the help of ChatGPT. And more importantly, you'll have gained the confidence to keep creating and turning your ideas into actual functional prototypes, regardless of your coding knowledge. Plus, you'll learn how to deploy your projects with a service called Netlify and share your awesome work. Your teacher for this course is me, Gil Hernandez. I'm a teacher at Scrimba, and I can't wait to start this journey and help you unlock your inner builder. Before we begin, I encourage you to head over to Discord and let the Scrimba community know that you're starting the course in the Today I Will channel. Click on this image here to jump right into the channel. All right, so join me in the next lesson where you will begin coding and building in a whole new light with AI and ChatGPT. I'll see you there. Let's explore how AI, specifically ChatGPT, can help you, yes, even non-coders, to build amazing products. You see, in recent years, artificial intelligence has transformed from science fiction to a real-world tool that people from all walks of life can use. But AI isn't just about robots and self-driving cars. It's about augmenting our capabilities and making tasks easier, which opens up a world of possibilities. ChatGPT is what's called a generative AI program, which means that it can create new and original content based on the data it's been trained on. As a result, ChatGPT can assist with everything from writing jokes, recipes, songs, and poems, and serve as your intelligent coding assistant. Now let's get more specific. How exactly can an AI tool like ChatGPT help us with coding projects? Well, here's the thing. Coding at its core is about problem solving, and ChatGPT is designed to be a stellar problem solver. For instance, it can help you break down large, intimidating projects into manageable tasks. You simply describe your project to ChatGPT, and it can generate basic steps for getting started and even lay out a roadmap for you to follow. Then it can suggest potential solutions and provide code snippets that you can use directly or modify to suit your needs. Now, if you're a non-coder, this might seem like a daunting prospect. But don't worry, ChatGPT can guide you through the basics of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript using simple and understandable language. And remember, if you need help understanding something, ChatGPT is right there to help explain tricky concepts or offer hints. And AI, or ChatGPT in particular, is not here to replace developers. Rather, it's here to empower builders like you and augment your creativity and problem-solving abilities. So I hope that you're excited about the potential of AI and ChatGPT in building your projects. Let's keep it going by accessing and using ChatGPT to explore some code. If you're already set up with ChatGPT, feel free to skip this. If not, let me take a moment to walk you through signing up and accessing ChatGPT. ChatGPT was developed by the OpenAI Research Lab. So to use ChatGPT, you'll need to create an OpenAI account on openai.com. It's free and quick to do. You can click right on this image to go to the site. Once you're on the OpenAI website, click the sign up button and enter your email and a desired password to begin setting up your account. You'll then need to quickly verify your email address, name, and phone number for security reasons. After that, you should be all signed up and set up with an OpenAI account. To access ChatGPT, click on your user avatar in the top right corner and select Visit ChatGPT from the drop-down menu, or click right on this image to visit chat.openai.com. Once there, you can see some on-screen instructions and examples of how to interact with ChatGPT and learn more about its capabilities and limitations. After you've accessed ChatGPT, I want you to explore it. Type a sentence or a question in the chat interface and see how ChatGPT responds. You'll be surprised at how conversational and informative the AI model can be. Now, while we are going to be using it for coding assistance, ChatGPT is not exclusively designed for coding. It's a general purpose language model that's been trained on a large variety of content from the internet, including many examples of code. Although it doesn't understand code in the same way a human developer does,
Smash
it
that
can
like
generate
button,
code
drop a
based on the
comment down
patterns
below,
structures
and
it has
subscribe
learned
to
during
Pro
that
Free
training.
Courses
All right,
Comp
now that you're
now.
all set up with ChatGPT, we'll take a high-level tour of the basics of HTML and CSS and get you ready to start building. Let's spend some time talking about the first two essential tools you'll need in your web building toolbox, HTML and CSS. HTML, or Hypertext Markup Language, and CSS, which is short for Cascading Style Sheets, are like the bread and butter of web development. They both work together to help create the websites and apps we visit every day, and understanding the basics of both will help you get the most out of this course. One of my favorite analogies for these that we use at Scrimba is to imagine building a car. Think of HTML as the blueprint for a car, laying out all the key structural components like the frame, steering wheel, seats, tires, and so on. It defines the car's essential parts and how they fit together to make the car. We still want the car to look good and be comfortable, so that's where CSS comes in. Think of CSS as like the exterior design and interior furnishings of the car, like the paint job, the style and comfort of the seats, the layout of the dashboard, and any of the presentational or styling aspects that make the car not just functional, but visually appealing and driver friendly too. In a web development context, HTML gives structure to our web content, determining where paragraphs, headings, images, and links go. And CSS adds the style, choosing colors, fonts, and layout options. Together, HTML and CSS help create a well-structured and aesthetically pleasing site or app. So now let's see how ChatGPT can help us in this process. First, let's ask it to generate the basic HTML structure for a web page. To do that, I've written a prompt here for the AI in the file prompts.md. As you'll learn, prompts are essentially the instructions we feed into the AI, and it's our way of communicating what we want the AI to do. In this case, I want it to generate the basic HTML structure for a web page. So I'll copy this prompt and paste it into ChatGPT's message input field, submit it, and ChatGPT returns HTML code that you can copy and paste into your text editor. You include your project's HTML code in a file with the .html extension like index.html. So I'll click Copy Code to copy all of this HTML code and replace everything that's currently in index.html with this new code. So these are some of the basic HTML tags, which are used to define the structure and elements of a web page. An opening tag like this marks the beginning of an element, and the closing tag marks the end. Now, don't worry about what these meta tags it gave us mean. Right now, they're just there to help with character encoding and how the web page gets displayed. And this body element is where we place the main content of the web page, such as text, images, links, paragraphs, and other elements. In this case, we have an H1 heading and a paragraph. So any content placed inside this body element is what we see in the web browser. Here in the Scrim, you can click the Run button to view the web page in the mini browser. So cool, there we see Welcome to my web page and then some content below it. All right, now let's make this HTML and page look good. We'll use this second prompt here to ask ChatGPT to add some basic CSS to this page. So I'll copy this prompt and feed it into ChatGPT. And now I get back the HTML with a style block added that includes the CSS styles for the web page. So I'll copy this new HTML code and replace everything inside index.html with this code. And good, notice how the CSS sort of transforms our bare bones HTML page into something more visually engaging. And there are a few ways to apply CSS styles to your HTML. You can include the CSS styles directly within your HTML file like this. However, this can make your HTML excessively large and messy, so it's better to include the HTML and CSS in separate files. That's what you'll do in most of your projects. So what I'll do is ask the AI to place the HTML and CSS in separate files using this prompt, which I'll paste into ChatGPT. And there we go, we get the code for index.html and styles.css. So first, I'll once again copy this HTML code and replace everything that's in index.html with this new code. And you include your CSS styles in a file with a .css extension like styles.css. So I'll copy the new code for styles.css, then replace what's currently in styles.css with this new code. And as you can see, the page still looks the same. The difference is that now the HTML and CSS are placed in separate files, and that's being done here via the link tag, which is what connects the HTML file to the CSS file. It's a whole lot easier to manage and organize your HTML and CSS this way. All right, so if you have a look at the CSS, you'll see what are called selectors that target or select specific HTML elements and apply styles to them. For example, this selects the body element. This here selects the H1 element using the H1 tag, and then the P tag or paragraph element is selected here. Okay, so now it's your turn. I want you to play around with the HTML and CSS code here in this scrim. Change the text or add more text in the HTML. For example, welcome to Guilh's webpage. Or alter the colors in the CSS. For example, I can make this heading red by simply typing red here as the color value, and we see this main heading change to red. Or try changing any of the other CSS properties to see how they affect the page. And if the cart analogy from earlier didn't really make things stick for you, or you want to make HTML and CSS more relatable to you, think of a scenario or a hobby you enjoy. For instance, if you like to cook, imagine how an analogy relating to cooking would help you understand HTML and CSS better using a prompt like this. I'm interested in learning HTML and CSS with an analogy related to cooking. I'll submit that to ChatGPT, and the output suggests thinking of HTML as the list of ingredients and the step by step instructions in a recipe, and that CSS is like the seasoning and presentation of a dish. And then it expands upon this analogy to paint a more vivid picture. And one of the objectives of this course is for you to be able to ask the AI for explanations on specific parts of the code you don't understand. So throughout this course, I want you to ask ChatGPT questions or to provide you with more details about any of the code or concepts you're curious about or don't quite understand yet. You'll find that as you progress, you'll start understanding how different HTML tags and CSS styles come together to form a web page and how they fit in with JavaScript, which is another essential building block of web development. And ChatGPT will be there every step of the way, assisting you and guiding you in building your projects. So congrats, you've just written your first lines of HTML and CSS code. And now I'll leave you with a challenge to have you spend some time tinkering with HTML and CSS. I'll paste the challenge here as a comment in index.html. First, I'd like you to add a second level heading to the page using an H2 element, and then add a paragraph below the new heading. And I'd also like you to increase the text size of both headings. I've also included a stretch goal, which is to display a picture on the page. This could be a photo of you or any image you'd like. You can add an image to the scrim by simply dragging your image right into the Explore sidebar here. And don't hesitate to ask ChatGPT for help or ask it any questions about HTML and CSS. I'll see you in the next scrim where you will build your first project. All right, you've gotten an overview of HTML and CSS. So how can we start using AI tools to simplify the process of building projects with HTML and CSS? Well, you're about to find out. So let's get our feet wet and start by creating one of the most commonly used elements on any website or app, a login button. More specifically, a login with Twitter button, which you've likely seen before. We'll leverage the power of our AI companion, ChatGPT, to guide us through this process. You will work with HTML to structure the button and then CSS to make the button look visually appealing and interactive so that it looks like this. So let's jump right in and ask ChatGPT to help us out. To kick things off, I have provided two files, index.html and styles.css, which you started to learn about in the previous lesson. And in the file prompts.md, I've added the first prompt I'll use to build this login button. So in this prompt, I'm assigning the AI a role. I'm saying you are developer GPT, an assistant that helps write code for people who don't have coding experience. And then I'm describing the task, which is to create the HTML and CSS files for a rounded button resembling the Twitter login button. And I requested making the code easy to understand for non-coders and to avoid using any complex CSS layout features. I also mentioned more specific requirements, like using basic CSS properties to horizontally center the button and to add some space above it for visual separation. And finally, I want ChatGPT to document each CSS property with a short code comment. Overall, this prompt provides clear instructions for the task at hand, which is something you should keep in mind when prompting an AI like ChatGPT. So what I'll do is copy this prompt, then head over to ChatGPT and paste it into the message input field, send it, then kick back and await the requested code. So here's the generated HTML and CSS, and below it, ChatGPT provides an explanation of the code. So feel free to pause for a bit and read through these details if you'd like to know more about the HTML and CSS. In the HTML file, you'll see common HTML elements like a div and a button. And these class attributes, as you'll see, are for the CSS styling. And inside the button, there is some text that says login with Twitter. So I'll copy this HTML code snippet from ChatGPT, then replace all the code in index.html with the new code. Click the run button, and good. Now you should be able to view the button in the mini browser, displaying the text login with Twitter. All right, next I'll copy the CSS snippet from ChatGPT and paste it into styles.css. So this CSS targets or selects the container and rounded button class names defined in our HTML. Then using CSS properties like text align, background color, color, and border, it gives the button a distinctive look, which does in fact resemble the Twitter login button. Awesome. And ChatGPT was even intelligent enough to determine which color to apply to the button to make it match the Twitter brand. And notice that next to each CSS property is a comment generated by ChatGPT to help us better understand what the CSS is doing. And if you pause for a moment and review this code, you might be surprised by how much you might be able to understand. Many CSS properties are intuitively named almost like they're written in plain English. So take, for example, background color. It does precisely what it says. It sets the background color. Similarly, the color property defines the text colors, and other properties such as border, padding, and font size follow a similar pattern. And together, these properties define the look and feel of our button. And if you start to tinker with some of these properties, you'll learn a bit more about what they do and how they affect the appearance of the button. For instance, if you change this first padding value to 0 pixels or 50 pixels, you might realize that this property controls the spacing inside the button, or that the margin top property controls the space outside and above the button, and a property like font size sets the size of the text, and so on. Okay, so we've created our button, but we won't stop here because now I have a challenge for you. I want you to experiment more with the HTML and CSS and transform this button into a login with GitHub button. As a developer, you will likely interact with a button like this quite a bit. You might immediately notice some of the differences between this button and the Twitter login button. For example, the GitHub button has a different background color, the borders are not rounded, and the button text is also different. So I'll add the steps to this challenge here at the top of styles.css. This challenge will require you to modify 2 lines of code in the CSS file and 1 line of code in the HTML file. And I've also included the color code for the background of the GitHub button, which is this value here. So think about the changes you need to make and go for it. And remember, if you get stuck or need guidance, ChatGPT is here to help. I'll meet you back soon to go over the challenge together. All right, hopefully you've updated your button to look like this. Now let's go over the challenge together. First, I need to turn the button into a login with GitHub button, which tells me that I need to update the text between the button tags here in the HTML file. So I'll replace Twitter with GitHub, and there we go. The button now displays login with GitHub. Good. Next, I need to update the CSS to make the button look more like this. And notice how this color code that starts with a hash symbol looks a bit like 2 of the values being used here in the CSS for the rounded button. So I'll copy this color code and let's see what happens if I update the value of the color property to the new color value. Well, it looks like this just updates the text color, but I want the text to remain white, so I'll undo that. And just above, I see that this line here controls the background color. So I'll replace this color value with the new color. And yep, that looks exactly like what I'm going for. Finally, the login with GitHub button has square corners instead of rounded corners. So let's see how to update that in styles.css. Looking at the comments, I see that this border radius property rounds the corners of the button. Now, currently it's set to 20px or pixels. So I'm assuming that setting this to a smaller value will make the corners appear less rounded. So I'll try 10 pixels, and that's looking closer to square corners. So how about bringing the value down to 0 pixels? And yes, that does the trick. All right, so now we have a simple yet functional and styled login button that you can start to use in your projects. Finally, when you hover over a button or click on it, it's common for the button to be interactive and respond in some way. Currently, it's not doing that. So let's ask ChatGPT to suggest CSS to add hover and click effects to update the button's appearance when it's hovered or clicked. For that, I'll use this prompt here. It instructs it to generate the necessary CSS for adding hover and click effects on the button. And I need to let ChatGPT know that the button now has a background color set to this value. And I want to make its background color brighter when hovered over or clicked, and to add a comment next to each CSS property. So I'll copy this prompt, paste it into ChatGPT. And good, I get back the CSS code for the hover and click effects, which you'll notice that they will be implemented using :hover for when the mouse is over the button and :active for when the button is being clicked. So I'll just copy the new CSS toward the bottom, then paste it into styles.css. And let's test it in the mini browser. When I hover over the button, I see that the background color changes to a grayish color, and clicking on it makes it darker. Great! This not only makes the button more engaging, but it also improves the user experience by providing visual feedback. All right, so that about wraps up building our login with Twitter and GitHub buttons. And remember, while ChatGPT does provide an excellent starting point, I do want you to keep tweaking and modifying this code to view how each property or value you change affects the look of the button. And I'm sure that you still might have a lot of questions about what some of this code is doing, and that's perfectly okay. So what I want you to do is take a moment to ask ChatGPT about any code that appears confusing or that you want to learn more about. For example, what's the purpose of the hash symbol in color values? Or what does :hover and active mean? To help you ask these questions, I'll provide a prompt here that asks ChatGPT, hey, can you explain what the hash symbol and :hover and :active mean in the following CSS code, followed by the CSS code snippet to evaluate. So great job building your very first project with AI. I'll see you in the next Scrim, where we'll go over some of the basics of prompting. All right, AI coders, let's see some of these prompting techniques in action. Now we're going to design and build an essential part of any website or landing page, the hero section. This is the first thing your visitors might see, so making a good impression is important. With the help of our AI tool, ChatGPT, we'll create a vibrant hero section using HTML and CSS. So let's dive right in. I've already included HTML and CSS files for the project, as well as an image we'll use in our page named chair.png. First, we're going to generate the HTML and CSS of the hero section. So let's turn to ChatGPT for some assistance. In the file prompts.md, I've set up the first prompt to work with. It's an instruction-based prompt with specific steps to help us reach the desired outcome. It clearly explains the desired output, which is the HTML and CSS for a Hoverchair website's hero section, and then it provides some context about the product. And it describes exactly what it should contain: a main heading, subheading, short description paragraph, and a call to action link styled as a button. It also outlines some guidelines for the code, like making the code easy to understand for non-coders and avoiding the use of complex CSS features. And it even provides some aesthetic guidelines, like to use an elegant and neutral color palette with a focus on earthy tones and subdued hues. And as usual, I want it to document the CSS with code comments. And as a reminder of the overall goal and purpose of the task, it states that the final result should be an engaging and visually appealing hero section that effectively showcases the Hoverchair brand. So I'll just copy and paste this prompt into ChatGPT, and it generates the HTML and CSS code to set up the hero section.
Smash that like
first,
button,
I'll copy
drop a comment
the
down
HTML
below,
code,
and subscribe
paste
to
it
Pro
into
Free Courses Comp now.
index.html. Looking at the HTML structure, I see that it consists of a header element, and nested inside it is a hero heading, subheading, and description, just like we asked for, and an anchor element or link that's going to be styled to look like a button with this class name. And here in the mini browser, we see the hero section taking shape. So next, let's apply some styles to the page using the CSS ChatGPT gave us. I'll click to copy this code, then paste it into styles.css. And wonderful, the hero section is starting to look much better with the CSS applied. So now, how about a challenge? I'll paste the steps for you here in styles.css. So for this challenge, I'd like you to increase the size of the Learn More button text because it's looking a bit too small and we do want to draw more attention to it so users can click on it and hopefully purchase the amazing Hoverchair. Then I want you to add a little more color to the page by changing the text color of the subheading, which is this element here, to the color value provided here. So give it a shot and I'll catch up with you when you're done to go over it together. Okay, hopefully you got that. So first, to increase the size of the button text, I see that the button is this element here with the class name CTA-button. So in the CSS, I'll find that class name, which is this CSS rule here. And you've learned that the font size property is what controls the size of text. So to make the font size larger, I'll set it to a value such as 24 pixels. And that looks much better to me. You can see the difference here when I set it back to 18 pixels, then 24 pixels, or maybe make it larger, such as 26 pixels. All right, next I'll change the color of the subheading to this value here. So I'll copy it. And in the HTML, I see that the subheading has the class hero-subheading. So I'll scroll down and find that class name right here. And I see that the color property is set to this color value. So I'll update it with the new color and see what that looks like. And awesome, that did it. I really like how the page is looking. So if you got this, well done. Now, another detail I might add is to increase the line height or the space between the lines of text here in the hero description. For that, I'll use the CSS line height property here in the hero description rule. And I'll open up the line height a bit more by setting it to a value like 1.4. And to me, that looks much better and easier to read. All right, now let's add another important element to our hero section, an image. In our project files, we have an image named chair.png that I want to place above the hero heading. Naturally, we'll ask ChatGPT to do that, but this time I'll use a more direct prompt by asking the AI to update the HTML and CSS by adding a small rounded image named chair.png above the hero heading. And to add some depth and highlight the image, I also want to apply a soft shadow behind the.
Are you ready to unlock the power of programming? Welcome to Pro Free Courses Comp, the one-stop destination for all things coding. With us, you're not just learning, you're embarking on an exciting journey into the world of programming. Imagine having access to over 100 comprehensive courses from the world's top universities all at your fingertips. From Microsoft Office to Google Workspace, from Python to JavaScript, from React to Node.js, from beginner to advanced, it's all here and it's all free. This isn't just about learning to code, it's about mastering the language of the future. Joining Pro Free Courses Comp means becoming part of a community of learners, developers, and innovators. It means stepping into a world where learning never stops, where every line of code you write opens up a new universe of possibilities. So why wait? Subscribe now and take the first step towards coding your future. With Pro Free Courses Comp, you're not just learning to code, you're learning to create, innovate, and transform the world. Pro Free Courses Comp. Learn, code, your path to success.
Image. So I'll paste this into ChatGPT. And good. Here's the updated HTML with an image tag that points to the image in our project named chair.png and displays it on the page. I'll test how it looks by adding only the new image tag to my HTML just above the hero heading like this. And okay, that's working, but the image is huge. So now let's make it smaller and rounded by applying the CSS. The image element has the class name logo. So here in the CSS, .logo selects and applies styles to that element. So I'll just copy the new styles that get applied to the image and paste it in my CSS. Let's have a look at it now. And excellent, the product image makes a big difference in our hero section. And now the image has that nice rounded effect thanks to the CSS border radius property. And the shadow gives the image a sense of depth and separation from the background. So looking at the new CSS, you might be wondering what this box shadow property and RGBA value are all about. Well, as the comment describes, it adds the soft shadow to the image. But I don't want you to just take my word for it. If you want a deeper explanation, take full advantage of ChatGPT and ask it to provide that for you, along with anything else you might have questions about. Now, the image is looking rather small, so I think it might be best to make it larger. I'll let you do that with a challenge. So pause the scrim and use CSS to increase the size of the image. The size you choose is up to you. All right, here we go. Hopefully you figured out that the width property is what controls the size of the image. So let's see, I'll increase the width value here to something like 300 pixels, and I think that's too big. So I'll reduce it to 180 pixels, and that looks better to me. If you made it a different size, that's perfectly fine. Finally, I want this hero heading to stand out. Now, one thing I can do is increase the text size using a larger font size value like 58 pixels, and that looks better, but I also want it to have a different font than the rest of the content on the page. So Google offers a library of free web fonts called Google Fonts that can be easily accessed and used in your projects. You can see an example of it here. And Rubric is a Google font that I particularly like, so I'm going to ask ChatGPT to add the Rubric font to my project and update the heading text. I'll use a prompt that says, please use HTML and CSS to set the hero headings font to the Rubric Google font. So I'll feed this prompt to ChatGPT, and it gives me back a link tag to include the Rubric Google font in my project. So I'll copy just this link tag in the new HTML and paste it in the head section of my HTML. And I see that the new CSS has a font family property that sets the headings font to Rubric. So I'll copy that and then paste it in the hero heading rule. And here you can see that the hero heading does in fact have a different font than the rest of the content. Now it's a very subtle difference, but a nice added touch to the page. All right, and there you have it. Our website hero is complete, so great work. Next, we'll move on to our next project, but before that, I want you to play around with the hero section. Change the content, colors, fonts, the button style. Make it your own. And you can also replace the chair.png image with your own image by dragging the image into the Explorer sidebar, then updating the source attribute in the image tag to your image name. I'll see you soon in the next lesson. All right, let's build something that you'll likely find useful, a subscription form. You've probably seen these on various websites, and now we're going to build one for a subscription service called BarkerBox, which you'll also be able to customize to your liking. So let's get into it. I've included the usual HTML and CSS files for this project, as well as the image we'll use, which is named dog.jpg. Like in previous projects, I want the AI to do a lot of the heavy lifting for me and generate most of the HTML and CSS I need to build this form. So I'll kick things off using this task-based instructional prompt. This prompt provides a specific set of instructions for creating HTML and CSS files for a form offering a 15% discount to new subscribers of a product or service called BarkerBox, which is a monthly subscription box that brings an assortment of unique, playful, and durable toys that dogs will love. The prompt also outlines the steps to be followed, including creating a headline, adding a product description, and building a registration form with an email input and a submit button. And it specifies the color and background properties to use. And it also emphasizes making the code beginner-friendly and to include code comments for better understanding. So I'll copy and paste this prompt into ChatGPT, and I get back the HTML and CSS code. So I'll copy the HTML code snippet and paste it into index.html, and copy and paste the CSS into styles.css. So in this code, there might be some HTML elements and CSS properties you haven't seen before, so let's spend a little time going through this code together. First, the HTML includes a form element to create the subscription form. And inside the form are two common elements used with forms, an input field and a button. Notice how the input field is of type email, which means that the user is required to enter an email address in the correct format. It has an ID of email and the placeholder text, enter your email. And that's the text that gets displayed in the input field here when it's empty, which gives the user an idea of what to type into it. And this required attribute indicates that the user must provide an input before they can submit the form. And the button element, which you've worked with before, is of type submit, which means that when clicked, it will submit the form data. But this form won't be programmed to submit any data, as that requires more programming. And over in the CSS, a lot of these properties should look familiar. Well, all except for maybe display flex and flex direction column. So it looks like ChatGPT generated CSS that uses a feature called Flexbox to lay out the registration form. Flexbox gives you a more efficient way to lay out, align, and distribute space among items in your layout. In this case, the form elements are neatly aligned and laid out in a column. In fact, if you comment out or delete the CSS, you can see what Flexbox is doing. Without it, they both shift onto the same row, but with display flex and flex direction column, the text field and button appear neatly stacked on top of each other. And this is really going to help us soon when adding a second input field. Now, if anything still feels unclear, don't hesitate to ask ChatGPT questions or ask for a simpler explanation of HTML forms and CSS Flexbox. Okay, now that you're up to speed, let's get into customizing this page. First is just a simple content change that I want to make here in the heading. I want to update the text to say subscribe and save 15%, just to make the headline more descriptive. And ChatGPT generated CSS to make the form container adjust and resize according to the browser width, which is great, but it looks like the page needs some padding to create a little more visual separation between the edges of the container and the browser. So I'll apply some left and right padding here in the body rule. I'll replace this padding 0 declaration with padding left and let's say 20 pixels, and below that padding right 20 pixels. That looks much better. Now we can clearly see the left and right edges of the form container even on narrow screen sizes and devices. All right, so I think that this description paragraph will look a little better and cleaner if it was left aligned with the form elements. And I want to add another text field to the form that lets users type their name. So how about you do that with a challenge? In this challenge, you will left align the text in the description paragraph, and then in the form, create a required name input field. And here's a hint, its type should be set to the value text. So pause me now, give that a go, and I'll see you in a bit to go over this together. All right, hopefully that went well. Let's give it a go. So first, I will left align the text in the description paragraph. That's being done here. Now, currently, I see that text align is set to the value center. So let's see what happens if I change this from text align center to text align left. And yep, that does what I want it to. But it turns out that the value left is the default text align direction. So we can actually delete this line altogether and it works just like we want it to. Okay, next is the name input field. To do that, I can just copy the code for the email input. I'll copy it and paste a new input above it. And in the challenge, I mentioned that its type should be text. Currently it's email, so I'll change this to text. And the value email is specifically used for email input fields to check that an email address is in the correct format. But when you have an input field where users need to enter text, such as their name, you set its type to text. I'll follow a similar pattern here by setting the ID to name and the placeholder text to enter your name. And this is also going to be a required field, and that's being set up here with the required attribute. All right, let's have a look. I'll bring up my form, click refresh, and good. The new input field appears stacked on top of the email field, and that's again all being done with Flexbox. And if you click the submit button without entering your name, since the field is set to be required, you should also see a message that lets you know to fill out the field. So hey, if you got the steps for this challenge, well done. Let's move on to the next challenge, which I'll paste in here. And this time I want you to display the dog.jpg image above the h1 element and to give the image the class featured image. And when you display the image on the page, you'll notice that it'll need some adjustments, and that's okay. We'll take that on after with CSS. Only worry about these two steps right now. So go for it, and I'll meet you back soon. All right, hopefully you were able to display the dog image. You've worked with images in previous projects, so let's take a moment to go over that here. Just above the h1 element, I'll add the image using the image tag, and to apply the class featured image, I'll add a class attribute, and between quotes, write featured-image. Let's not forget the closing bracket. Then to display the image on the page, I need to add the source attribute and point to my image, which is named dog.jpg. And one important attribute when working with embedded images is the alt attribute. And what that does is provide alternative text for an image. For instance, if the image source is broken, the image can't be loaded, or the user is using a screen reader, the text you type in here is going to be displayed or read to the user. The image itself is an illustration of a happy dog. So for the alt text, I'll write illustration of a happy dog. If you figured out that you needed to include an alt attribute, fantastic, as it's an important attribute when working with image elements. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the image appears way too large and out of place. So now I want you to write CSS to adjust the size and shape of the image. I'll add the steps for another challenge here in styles.css. So this time I want you to style the image by selecting the class featured image and then making the image smaller so that it's about 100 pixels wide. And I want you to apply rounded corners to the image. So think about what you need to do, give it a go, and I'll catch you in a bit to go over this challenge together. All right, hopefully that wasn't too bad and you were able to get through all or most of these steps. Now let's go over it together. First, I'll select the class featured image, which is done using a period like this container selector here. So I'll type dot featured image and then open up a set of curly brackets. Then to make the image smaller, I'll use the width property and set it to 100 pixels. And I see that worked. And to apply rounded corners, I can use the border radius property like we're doing here. So how about I just copy this line of code here and paste it in my featured image rule. And that looks pretty good, but I want the image to be perfectly rounded. And the way you do that is by setting the border radius value to 50%, and now we get a perfectly rounded image. If you didn't make your image perfectly rounded, that's okay. The next thing I want to do is horizontally center align the image above the heading because it's looking a bit weird left align, and centering would make the design more balanced. So I'll try to do that here in the featured image rule. Let's see, earlier we used the text align property to align the content. So what if I set text align to center? Well, that didn't work like it did for the paragraph. So instead, how about just asking ChatGPT to give me the code for that? So I'll ask it this prompt here. I'll say, hey, what's the simplest way to horizontally center align this new featured image? And below, I provide a code snippet of the image and H1. So I'll submit this to ChatGPT, and it says that to horizontally center the image, you can use CSS by setting the display property of the image to block and applying the margin property with a value of 0 auto. And I get the updated CSS for that. So I'll just copy these two lines of code that use the display and margin properties to horizontally center the image, then paste it into the featured image rule. And it looks like that did the trick. Good. While we're here, I also want to create more space between the heading and the image. And I can do that with margins. So for example, I can add a margin bottom property and set it to 20 pixels. And the spacing here looks much better. But here's a trick. This is actually a margin shorthand property where the first value sets the top and bottom margin and the second value sets the left and right margin. So if I set the first margin value to 20 pixels, it looks and works the same. And if I add a third value, that controls the bottom margin. So in this case, I want the top margin to be 10 pixels, the left and right margins to remain auto to create that horizontal centering. But I'll add a third value that controls the bottom margin only. And that opens up the spacing on both the top and bottom sides of the image. All right, finally, how about applying a nice border to the rounded image that matches the color of the main heading? And I want you to try something using ChatGPT. Go ahead and open a new chat and feed it this directive prompt. The prompt for this challenge asks ChatGPT to generate only the CSS needed to apply a 3-pixel border to this image using this color value here. In this case, ChatGPT doesn't really need to know the context of your project. This image code snippet should be all it needs to give you the necessary CSS. So pause me now, ask ChatGPT, and then add the new CSS to the project. All right, hopefully you were able to make that work. I'll open up a new chat window, then provide the prompt to ChatGPT, and I get back a CSS code snippet that applies a 3-pixel solid border to the image with the provided color. So I'll copy this line of code, then paste it inside the featured image rule. Let's have a look. The border is a nice added touch, and it makes the image stand out a little bit more on the page. All right, so that about wraps up the subscription form project. And I want you to take some time before you move on to ask ChatGPT to explain anything that seems confusing or that you want to learn more about. You've made lots of progress building with AI and HTML and CSS. And up next, we'll take a big step toward adding more power and interactivity to our projects with JavaScript. You've learned a bit about HTML and CSS and used it to build some projects. Now it's time to learn another essential building block in web development, JavaScript. In this Scrim, you'll get an overview of what JavaScript is, why it's important, and how it fits into the larger picture of web development together with HTML and CSS. Think back to the HTML and CSS car analogy. If HTML is like the structural building blocks of the car and CSS is the car's style, look, and feel, then think of JavaScript as the part that powers the car's functionality, like the car's engine and smart features. Without JavaScript, our car might be aesthetically pleasing, but it won't do much. With JavaScript, we breathe life and interactivity to the otherwise static structure and design. For example, the doors unlock when we approach the car, the ignition starts with a button, and the car moves when we push the accelerator. All interactive, all thanks to JavaScript. In web development, JavaScript is responsible for making websites and apps functional and interactive. It enables us to respond to user actions like clicks or key presses, manipulate content on the page, and even communicate with servers to process, store, and retrieve data. Now you might be wondering, how can I, as a non-coder, start using JavaScript? Well, that's where our handy AI assistant comes in. Just like we did with HTML and CSS, we can ask ChatGPT to generate JavaScript code for us and help explain what it's doing. Let's say we want to implement a simple interaction. We'd like a welcome message to appear when we click a button. So let's ask ChatGPT to create this JavaScript code for us. I'll use this prompt, which asks, can you generate a basic HTML and JavaScript example where clicking a button logs a welcome message? Please add comments to help me understand the code. I'll copy this prompt and paste it into ChatGPT, and it returns the HTML code, which I'll copy and paste into index.html. The HTML contains a button element with an ID of my button, and in this case, the page's JavaScript is placed directly in the HTML file within script tags. The JavaScript gets a reference to the button element with the ID my button and assigns it to a variable named button using this special var keyword. You can think of a variable as like a container used to store information. Assigning the button element to this button variable makes it easier to work with the button and make things happen when it's clicked. For example, the code here pays close attention to our button using what's called an event listener, so that anytime it's clicked, something happens in our page, or some functionality that we define between these curly braces gets executed. In this case, it's logging the welcome message written here between quotes to the browser console. And the browser console is a tool that's built into web browsers that allows you to run and test JavaScript code and display messages. And console.log is what's used to display or log messages in the console. In fact, this Scrimba editor also has a built-in console. That's this area here. So I'll click the run button to run this code, and when I click the button in the mini browser, the welcome message appears inside it. Good. So now I have a quick...
Are you ready to unlock the power of programming? Welcome to Pro Free Courses Comp, the one-stop destination for all things coding. With us, you're not just learning, you're embarking on an exciting journey into the world of programming. Imagine having access to over 100 comprehensive courses from the world's top universities all at your fingertips. From Microsoft Office to Google Workspace, from Python to JavaScript, from React to Node.js, from beginner to advanced, it's all here and it's all free. This isn't just about learning to code, it's about mastering the language of the future. Joining Pro Free Courses Comp means becoming part of a community of learners, developers, and innovators. It means stepping into a world where learning never stops, where every line of code you write opens up a new universe of possibilities. So why wait? Subscribe now and take the first step towards coding your future. With Pro Free Courses Comp, you're not just learning to code, you're learning to create, innovate, and transform the world. Pro Free Courses Comp. Learn, code, your path to success.
Challenge for you. I'll include it here as a comment between the script tags. And what I want you to do is display your name in this welcome message. So it might say something like, welcome Gil, for example. So pause me now and give that a try. All right, to display my name in the welcome message, I'll update the text that's passed into console.log. The message is written inside quotes, and any value or data you see in JavaScript written within single or double quotes is called a string. So within the quotes, I'll simply add welcome Gil, I'll run the latest code, click the button, and I get the new message displaying my name. So next, how about we display this welcome message on the page instead of in the console? So using this prompt, I'll ask ChatGPT to please update the code so that clicking the button displays a welcome message on the page. So I'll paste this prompt into ChatGPT, and we get back the updated code, including an overview of the changes, which you can read through. I'll copy the new code snippet and replace everything in index.html with it. And looking at the HTML, I see that it now includes a div with an ID of message container to display our message. And like it did with the button, the JavaScript references the new message container div and assigns it to a variable named message container. And this line uses the message container variable to update the text content of the container and display the welcome message. So I'll click run to run my latest JavaScript. And when I click the button, I should see the message appear on the page. And there it is. Good. Similar to how we've written HTML and CSS in separate files, it's common to place your JavaScript in a separate file that uses the .js extension, like script.js. So let's do that. I'll ask ChatGPT to place the HTML and JavaScript in separate files and to style the page with CSS. So I'll feed this prompt into ChatGPT and let it do its thing. And I get back the code for HTML, JavaScript, and CSS files. So I'll replace my HTML with this new HTML code snippet, then copy the JavaScript code and paste it into my script.js file. And if you're curious, you link a JavaScript file to your HTML using the script tag, like so. In this case, it's pointing to script.js. Next, I'll copy the CSS code into styles.css, run all my latest code, and that horizontally centers the button and makes it slightly larger. I'll click the button and the welcome message appears.
Smash
All right,
that
so I
like
have
button,
one more
drop a comment
JavaScript
down
challenge
below,
for you.
and subscribe to
use a
Pro Free
JavaScript
Courses Comp
variable
now.
to dynamically display your name in the welcome message. So your challenge is to create a variable named first name and assign it your name. And I'm going to update this line here so that it uses the first name variable you define to display your name in the message. All right, so take it away. The scrim is all yours. All right, now let's go over the challenge together. To create a variable named first name, I'll use the var keyword followed by first name, then type an equal sign to assign it my name between quotes or as a string. And if you don't place this inside quotes, the JavaScript interpreter will produce an error. So as you can see here, the red squiggly line lets you know that something is not quite right. And in JavaScript, semicolons are optionally used to mark the end of a statement, so I can type one here to be consistent with the rest of the code. All right, so now whatever I assign to the first name variable should appear here. So let's try it out. I'll click the button, and good, the message says, welcome, guilh. So if you did something similar, nice work, especially if this was your first time working with variables in JavaScript. Another way you might see variables written in JavaScript is using the keyword let, which is easier to understand because if you read this out loud, you might realize that we're just telling JavaScript to let first name equal or be guilh, and you will see variables used a lot in JavaScript programming. Okay, we've covered a lot in this lesson, and if you still don't quite understand some things about this JavaScript code, don't worry. But I really do want you to take full advantage of asking ChatGPT to help you understand certain concepts, especially while building projects. As you work more with these tools and continue to build your projects, you'll start to recognize patterns and understand more about how HTML, CSS, and JavaScript work. To help you out in the meantime, I'll provide a prompt you can use to get a refresher or learn more about the basics of what we covered in this lesson. So you can say to ChatGPT, hey, I'm new to JavaScript. Please help me understand the basics of these concepts. And like in an earlier lesson when we covered the basics of HTML and CSS, you can ask ChatGPT to relate HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and how they work together to your own interests or hobbies. So here's a suggestion for how you might prompt ChatGPT. You can say, I enjoy gardening. How can I understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in the context of planting and maintaining a garden? So explore some of these prompts, and I'll see you in the next scrim where we'll begin applying JavaScript to projects. We are going to be throwing an epic event called GIF Gala, where guests dress up as their favorite GIFs or memes. We'll need to build an interactive invitation to allow guests to RSVP to the event. We can do that using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with a little help from ChatGPT. This is a bigger project, so we're going to take it step by step using a series of role-playing and instructional prompts where we guide the AI with specific steps to reach the desired outcome. It's going to hopefully look something like this, but first, we need to work on creating the HTML structure of the event invite, which might look like this. I've set up the project with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files. The first step is to ask ChatGPT to generate the HTML structure of our invitation, and I've provided the prompt we'll use for that. The prompt asks the AI to assume the role of a highly sought-after designer and provides some context and objectives for the role to play. Then it provides specific instructions and details about what needs to be done, which in this case is creating a vibrant, festive RSVP page. Below, it guides the AI on what elements the page should have, such as an invitation header with a title, a subheading showing the date, an event description, and a space to display a confirmation message. Then it instructs it to create an RSVP form with a required email field, an attendance field, and a submit button. And we also want it to link the HTML to a CSS and JavaScript file. So I'll just feed this into ChatGPT, and it generates the HTML code outlining the basic structure of our page. So I'll copy and paste this code into index.html. And there might be some HTML tags here that you may not have seen before, like main and section. These are known as semantic elements that help provide meaningful information about the content. The main element describes the main content of the page, and section defines specific sections in the page. And we also have a select element, which is commonly used in form elements to create a drop-down list of options. In this case, the user can select whether they are attending or not. Okay, great. Now that we've established our structure, we need to apply styling, and that's where CSS comes in. Next, I'll use this prompt to style the RSVP page. It continues with the assumed role by instructing the AI to use its CSS skills to style the guilh invitation so that it's easily viewable on mobile and desktop. And I want the page to be visually engaging and fun as possible to match the event's lively and playful spirit. And the instruction to initially hide the confirmation message indicates a consideration for some JavaScript interactivity, and I want CSS comments to help non-coders understand the code more easily. So let's see what magic we can cook up with this prompt. I'll copy and paste this CSS into styles.css. And good, our invite is taking shape and already looking more festive. So let's have a look at the CSS we've got. Here I see CSS used to reset some of the default styles applied to the browser, then a lot of CSS properties that we've worked with before. And remember how I asked the AI to initially hide the confirmation message on the page? That's being done here with display none. And soon we'll make it appear on the page dynamically using JavaScript when the form is submitted. And then I see something different here under responsive styles. I asked the AI to make the page easily viewable on mobile and desktop. So this add media syntax here is what's called a media query. It lets us apply different styles to a page based on the width or size of the browser window or the device where the content is being viewed. In this case, max width 600 pixels means that the CSS included within these curly braces will get applied to our page only if the width of the browser is 600 pixels or less. So for example, if I set the background color of this main element to red, notice how the red background does not appear when the browser is wide and only appears when I shrink its width down to 600 pixels or less. Now here in the media query, I see that the font size for most of the content is being updated. So notice how some of the text size changes too for smaller screens. All right, now I want you to hack around and customize the page with a challenge. I asked the AI for a vibrant and festive color scheme, and this color scheme doesn't quite hit the mark, I think. So I want you to explore making the page more vibrant and festive using these two color values. For example, change the background color of the header and the button, or the color of the headings. And it looks like the spacing in the form needs some work too. So I also want you to add more space between the input field, select menu, and submit button. So pause me now and work through these. Okay, now let's go over the challenge together. To make the invite a little more vibrant, I'll update the background color of the header to this color value here, and the background color of the submit button to this second value. So I'll scroll down to the CSS styling the button and replace the background color property with the new value. And why not? I'll also change the color of these headings here to match the color of the button. Those are these H3 tags here. So in the CSS for the H3, I'll add the color property and set it to that color value. All right, that is looking better to me. Finally, there are a few ways I might update the space between the input select and submit button. What I'll do is apply a bottom margin to the input field and the select menu, and I can do that here in this CSS rule that targets both at once. I'll add margin bottom, 18 pixels, and that creates the spacing I need. Much better. If you used a different approach than me, that's completely fine. All right, now to add some life to this party, we'll need JavaScript. It will make our page interactive, allowing the invite to respond and behave in specific ways based on user input. So let's ask ChatGPT to add some interaction to our page. I have here another instructional prompt that gives the AI specific instructions to create JavaScript code to enhance the interactivity of the RSVP page. Then I provide clear tasks about the desired interaction, which is to check if the user selected attending, and then display a party emoji and a positive message if they are attending. And I'm also being specific about where the message should appear in the confirmation message space, and I requested adding brief comments to the JavaScript logic to make it more understandable for a non-coder. So let's feed this prompt to ChatGPT, and it generates the JavaScript I'll need, which I'll copy and paste into script.js. So let's go over this JavaScript. First, it gets the form and confirmation message elements and assigns them to variables. And you may notice a new keyword, const, being used for the variables. Const is another common way to declare a variable in JavaScript. Unlike the let and var keywords, when you use const, you're creating a variable that cannot be changed or reassigned once it has been set. So in other words, it's a constant value throughout your program. Then the code pays close attention to when a user submits the form and then runs all of this code each time it's submitted. And this line here, event prevent default, is commonly used with forms to give you more control over the form submission and prevent the default browser behavior associated with submitting forms. Then here we're getting the selected attendance value and assigning it to the variable attendance. And this code here displays a confirmation message based on attendance selection. It uses a common statement in JavaScript called an if statement that checks if the variable attendance, or what the user selected, is equal to the string yes. If it's yes, it sets the HTML content within the confirmation message div to display a celebratory message. Then it shows the confirmation on the page by setting its display to block, and it resets or clears the form here. All right, let's try it out. I'll enter an email, then select that I'm attending, click submit, and look at that, we've got some interactivity on our page. Below, we get the message, party on, we look forward to seeing you at the gift gala. Good. Now, I think that it would look better if the confirmation message appeared above the form. So in index.html, I'll move this confirmation message div above the RSVP form section. I'll test it out, and that looks much better. Now it does look like I need to add some space between the confirmation message and RSVP heading, and I can do that with a bottom margin. So here in the confirmation CSS, let's say margin bottom, 20 pixels. That looks good. And then we no longer need to apply the bottom margin to the form. So I'll just remove this entire form rule from the CSS. Great, our gift gala invite is looking sharp. Up next, we'll continue working on more interactivity with JavaScript. It looks like ChatGPT gave us the JavaScript code to display the confirmation message only if the user is attending. Notice how it displays a blank section if I select that I'm not attending. Well, this was intentional because now I want you to work on displaying a different confirmation message if a user selects that they are not attending. Here's the challenge. Update the JavaScript below to display this message if the user selects the option, sorry, I can't make it. Use this code here as a reference for what you'll need to do, and don't hesitate to ask ChatGPT for help either. So pause me now, get coding, and I'll show you my solution when you're done. All right, if you got it to work, well done. There are a few ways you might have displayed the message to users not attending. I did suggest using this if statement as a reference, so you could have maybe copied this code block, pasted a new one below, and updated it to if attendance is equal to no, then set confirmation message to this message, And let's see, I'll select sorry, I can't make it. And this works just like we need it to. If you use this approach in your solution, that's great. But there are other statements we can use with the if statement to create a conditional statement that performs different actions based on different conditions. One of those is else if. So here, if the attendance value is yes, then the program skips checking whether attendance is no and displays this message. Now, if attendance is not yes, then it checks if the attendance is equal to no, then displays the proper message. And I'll test it out here, and you can see that it works in the exact same way. Assuming attendance can only be yes or no, you could also write this using an if-else statement, like so. So we can just have else without attendance is equal to no. And this way, if attendance is not yes, then it must be no, so this code should run. Either of these approaches is fine, and if you'd like to learn more about JavaScript conditional statements, I'll provide some prompts here that you can use with ChatGPT. Now, this is the GIF Gala after all, so the last thing we'll work on is customizing the JavaScript to display a GIF in the background based on what the user selects for attendance. So with this prompt, I'm instructing the AI to update the JavaScript and CSS to display this image as the page background if the user is attending, and that the image should cover the entire background area of the body. So I'll paste this into ChatGPT, and let's see what we get. All right, so I'll copy this JavaScript code and replace everything in script.js with this new JavaScript. So it looks like this code is getting a reference to the body element and assigning it to the variable body. And this line here sets the background image of the body element directly using the style.backgroundImage property. And this URL function is what tells the browser to load the image file and use it as the background. So when the user is attending or attendance is equal to yes, it sets the body element's background to the provided image URL. And if the user is not attending or attendance is equal to no, then the body's background image style gets set to none to remove the background image. And in the CSS code, background size cover ensures that the image covers the entire background area of the body, and background position center centers the image within the body. So I'll copy these two properties, then paste them in my body rule here in the CSS. So let's test the latest changes. I'll enter an email, select yes, I'll be there, click submit, and awesome, we see the party GIF displaying in the background. Now, if you make the browser window taller, you'll notice that the image is repeating itself here toward the bottom. To fix this, we can add a couple of CSS properties here in the body rule. First, I don't want the background image to repeat, so I can use the background repeat property and set it to the value no repeat. To prevent that, then I'll add a height property. And if I set the height value to 100 VH, it means that I want it to take up 100% of the viewport height, which is what VH means, or the total height of the visible area in the browser. So I'll refresh the mini browser, try it out again, enter my email, select that I'm attending, click submit. And now I shouldn't see the party GIF repeating or any empty spaces below it. And I don't. Fantastic. Now, don't we also want to display a different image if the user is not attending? Yeah, I think that makes sense, and I want you to work on that part for this last challenge. So take a moment to update the JavaScript to display this GIF if the user is not attending. Pause me now and go for it. All right, hopefully you got the not attending GIF to display. So if the user selects not attending, that means that the value of attendance is equal to no. And currently that sets the background image to none. So I'll copy this URL function here and replace none with it. And then within these quotes, I'll add the URL to this GIF. And that should work. I'll test it out, enter an email, select sorry, I can't make it, click submit. And yes, there is our sad GIF displaying in the background. Now, I do want more of the background GIF to show through, so I'll create a semi-transparent background for that. I'll even ask ChatGPT, hey, which CSS property creates a white semi-transparent background? And here in the output, I see that the CSS property that creates a white semi-transparent background is background color with this RGBA value here. This RGBA color model lets you set an alpha value that determines the level of transparency for the color. So I'll copy this background color property, and I want the main element to be semi-transparent. So I'll paste it here in the main rule. And here's the alpha value, which is set to 0.5, which in this case means that the background will be 50% transparent. I want it to be slightly less transparent, so I'll set it to 0.75, which is going to allow some of the background to show through. And that looks great. Let's test it with the attending GIF. And there you have it. You've just built an event invitation page using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, all with help from ChatGPT. So nice work. Hopefully you picked up new coding skills along the way. Let's move on to our next project. I don't know about you, but in just about every office I've worked in, cake is a big deal. Birthdays, anniversaries, Fridays, there's always a reason for cake. But there always seems to be that one person who ends up without a piece. So we're going to fix that by building a cake raffle web app with the help of ChatGPT. And it might look something like this. The raffle app will allow users to enter their names into a cake raffle, then it will pick a random winner with a click of a draw button. As usual, I've set up the project with an HTML, CSS, and JavaScript file, and a prompts.md file for the AI prompts. So let's start by sharing our idea with ChatGPT through a conversational prompt. This approach could give us a great starting point and allow us to shape the project and code in a more organic and less rigid way. This prompt starts with a friendly greeting and presents the project idea. It clearly mentions the technologies to be used, which is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and describes the details about the desired functionality. Then it instructs the AI to outline the basic steps to get started. So based on this prompt, the AI should have a broad understanding of the project's objective, which is a great way for us to kickstart the project as it allows for more creativity and ideation. So I'll copy this prompt and feed it into ChatGPT. And ChatGPT practically generates some ideas and steps I can use as the basis for instructional prompts to help build my raffle app. For instance, steps 1, 2, and 3 outline the basic steps to follow for creating the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript interactivity. These look good to me, so let's go with these suggestions to set up the core HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for the app. Since we've established this collaborative two-way conversation with the AI, I will reply to it with this instructional prompt. This prompt instructs the AI to generate the project code for steps 1 through 3 of the suggested outline. Then it provides specific steps on how to structure the HTML and divide the app into different sections, making the task clearer and easier to follow. For the design, it suggests using a vibrant color scheme such as this value here and similar complementary colors for the button states. The prompt also asks to make the code easy to understand even for non-coders and to add code comments in the CSS and JavaScript to help us understand and learn what it's doing. So let's see what ChatGPT will generate with this prompt. And good, it returns the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code for the app. So first, I'll copy and paste the HTML code into my project. Then let's dress up the page with CSS. I'll copy the CSS code and paste it into styles.css. Let's run the code and see what we've got so far. Good, I like the direction so far. And lastly, we can't forget the most important ingredient, JavaScript. So I'll copy the JavaScript code and paste it into script.js. So let's spend some time going over the JavaScript. At the top, we access all the relevant elements on the page that we want to interact with or display dynamically, like the form, input field, and button, as well as the participant list and winner display container, and it assigns them to variables. Now, this line of code here declares a variable called participants and assigns it to an empty array. A JavaScript array is a data structure that allows you to store multiple values in a single variable. It's like having a collection of items in a list. In this case, it stores a list of the raffle participants. And this code pays attention to when users submit the raffle form. Then all this functionality here gets executed on the page. That's what this function keyword is for. In JavaScript, functions contain a block of code that performs a specific task or set of instructions. In this case, it's getting the entered name and assigning it to this name variable. Then it's adding or pushing the name into the participants array. And below, this line is displaying the name on the page inside the participants list. Now, this syntax here that uses backticks places each name inside p tags to create a paragraph element. And this $ curly braces syntax dynamically inserts and displays a participant's name on the page. It's called a template literal. And the line below clears the name input field. So all of that happens with just the form submission. Now, just below is the functionality for the page's draw button. The program listens for when the button is clicked, then runs this block of code. First, it checks if there are names in the participants list, or more than 0 items in that array. It runs this code to randomly select and display a raffle winner and emojis, again using this special backticks and $ curly braces syntax. All right, now let's try it out. I'll enter some names like Gil, then click the draw button, and it displays the winner, which is Bob. Congrats on your cake, Bob. Refresh the page, and everything clears. So great, with JavaScript, our cake lottery app becomes a dynamic and interactive user experience. Now, one thing I immediately noticed is the spacing problem between the input field and enter button. So I'll fix that in the CSS. I'll find the selector where we're styling the input element with the type text right here, and apply a bottom margin of, let's say, 16 pixels. And there we go. Now, while I'm here, I also think that the label for the name input would look better if the text was bold. So I'll update that here in the label rule with the font weight property and set it to the value bold. And that looks much better to me. All right, next, let's work on a JavaScript challenge. I'll paste it here in script.js. I want you to work on adding a reset button that clears the participant list and winner display. The button should allow users to start a new round of the cake raffle. And I've provided a hint saying that the number of items in the participants array, or its length, should be equal to 0. Then use this color value for the button background and this color for its hover state. This is likely the toughest challenge you've worked on so far. And if you have a look through the JavaScript, you'll find some lines of code that might give you a hint of what you'll need to do. For example, these 2 lines here. And as usual, feel free to rely on ChatGPT and ask it for suggestions. So take it away, you've got this, and I'll catch up with you when you're done to go over it together. All right, hopefully you got through most of the challenge. If you did, amazing work. Now let's go over it together. First, I'll work on adding the reset button in the HTML. To do that, I can copy the existing draw button and paste it below, then update this code so that the ID is reset-button and that the text is reset. And there's our reset button. Now it doesn't look like the other buttons yet, and that's because we need to style it with CSS. And I see that this CSS here is what's applying the styles to the submit and draw button. It's selecting both at the same time. So I'll also have this select the reset button by typing a comma and then the reset button ID. And good, now the reset button has the button styles applied. Now we need to apply a different background color to the reset button. So I'll create a separate CSS rule for that targets the reset button ID. And I'll use the background color property to apply the background color using this color value here, which I'll just copy and paste into my CSS. Looking good. And I also provided a color for the hover state, so I'll copy that. And in the CSS, I'll style the reset button's hover state similar to how it's styling the draw button's hover state with reset-button: hover. And then here I'll include background color and the color for the hover state. Let's try it out. And now when you hover over the reset button, you should see it change to a darker shade of blue, and it does. Good. All right, let's move on to the JavaScript next. First, I'll work on getting a reference to the reset button and assigning it to a variable. I see something very similar being done here for the draw button, so I'll just copy this line of code and update it so that the variable name is reset button and that it's getting the element with an ID of reset button. And I mentioned looking through the JavaScript code and maybe finding some hints of what you'll need to do. So I do see that this block of code is what selects the random winner and displays the winner's name on the page. So I might be able to do something similar with the reset button. So how about if I just copy this entire block of code or event listener, paste it below, and update this to reset button.add event listener. And when the reset button gets clicked, I want to clear the participants list and the winner display area. I don't need to check if there are participants and select a random winner, so I can delete this. And I mentioned that this line of code might give you a hint. It's what's setting the inner HTML of the winner display to the winner and emojis. So how about if I copy this line of code and paste it inside the code for my reset button? And instead of setting its inner HTML to a paragraph, we want to clear it. So instead, I'll set it to an empty set of quotes, and let's see what happens. I'll type a name into the field, select Tom as the winner, then click the reset button, and great, the winner display area disappears from the page. So now it looks like I need to clear the participants list. Looking through the code, I do see the variable for participant list, so I'll copy participant list.inner HTML, and I'll follow the same pattern here. Set participants list.
Smash that like button, drop a comment down below, and subscribe to Pro Free Courses Comp now.
The winner. Congrats, Tom. Now let's see what happens when we click reset. Awesome. Now both the winner and participant list are cleared. Now there is one more important thing that we need to do, and if you did not think about or implement this part, that's totally okay. We need to ensure that our participants array is truly empty, because notice that if you click draw, it displays guilh as the winner. Click it again, it displays treasure as the winner, which is weird because guilh and treasure do not appear in the participants list. Well, it turns out that they are still being stored in the participants array. So we'll need to clear or empty the array. And in the challenge steps, I've provided a hint saying that the number of items in the participants array, which is known as the array's length, should be equal to 0. And here in this if statement, I'm seeing participants.length, and .length refers to the number of items or elements inside an array, in this case, the participants array. So let's see what happens if we set the length to 0 here in the event listener with participants.length equals 0. Let's test it out. Draw a winner. Congrats, Bear. And I'll click reset. That clears the page, and clicking draw should not draw a new winner, and it doesn't. Good, which means that worked. Again, this was a tough challenge, so if you came up with a solution similar to mine, well done. Next, I'll quickly walk you through some visual enhancements we can apply to the page. The first one is to adjust the layout of our buttons. I think the page would look better if the draw and reset buttons were on the same line, like this. There's different ways I might do that. So what I'll do in the HTML is place them inside a div with the class name button group, like so. Then I'll use a CSS layout technique you saw in an earlier lesson called Flexbox to place both buttons on the same row. First, I'll select the class button group. And here, I'll turn on the special Flexbox layout with display flex. And you can see what that did. Now, I want to apply a gap or a space between the buttons. And for that, I'll use a CSS property intuitively named gap and set it to 10 pixels. And that's looking really good to me. Finally, let's liven up the page with a cake icon. Similar to Google Web Fonts, Google offers a collection of icons called material icons that we can easily use in our projects. So I'll ask ChatGPT to give me the code for that using this prompt here. Please use Google Material Icons to add a cake icon inside the H1. I'll paste that into ChatGPT, and it returns 2 HTML snippets for adding and displaying the icon. First, it looks like I need to add the Google Material Icon style sheet to the HTML with this line of code. So I'll copy that and paste it in the head section of my HTML. And then I need to modify the H1 to include this I tag with the class material icon. So I'll copy just that line of code and replace this H1 in the header with the new code. All right, cool. There's the cake icon next to the title. And there we have it, everyone, a fully functional cake raffle app. Before moving on to the next project, I'd like you to experiment with the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript and tweak the functionality to make this app truly yours. For example, change the theme to a movie ticket raffle, a pizza raffle, anything you'd like. And I also want you to ask ChatGPT about some of the things we've covered or anything that you still might be confused about. As you've experienced, coding with AI gives you endless possibilities. It's like having your cake and eating it too. You get to create amazing things and have a sweet time doing it.
Are you ready to unlock the power of programming? Welcome to Pro Free Courses Comp, the one-stop destination for all things coding. With us, you're not just learning, you're embarking on an exciting journey into the world of programming. Imagine having access to over 100 comprehensive courses from the world's top universities all at your fingertips. From Microsoft Office to Google Workspace, from Python to JavaScript, from React to Node.js, from beginner to advanced, it's all here and it's all free. This isn't just about learning to code, it's about mastering the language of the future. Joining Pro Free Courses Comp means becoming part of a community of learners, developers, and innovators. It means stepping into a world where learning never stops, where every line of code you write opens up a new universe of possibilities. So why wait? Subscribe now and take the first step towards coding your future. With Pro Free Courses Comp, you're not just learning to code, you're learning to create, innovate, and transform the world. Pro Free Courses Comp. Learn, code, your path to success.
So go ahead and delight your friends and coworkers with a raffle app. Hi there. You've taken some big strides in this course, exploring the fascinating world of coding and building cool apps while leveraging generative AI tools like ChatGPT. You've had a taste of what it's like to create something from just an idea, then watch that idea take shape even without formal coding skills. Now, at this point, you might feel like you've been thrown into the deep end and maybe worried that you don't understand everything and that you're dealing with code that seems more complex than you expected. Well, rest assured that it is 100% normal to feel this way. In fact, for this course specifically, this is intentional. You are meant to punch above your weight in this course and work with code or take on challenges you don't fully understand or seem beyond your current skill level. The goal all along has been to get you to dive right into building projects and solving problems without going the long way of learning most things from scratch beforehand or focusing on the code itself. Now, if you feel like you need to get a firmer grasp or dive deeper into the technical details of coding and a lot of what you've been working with so far, then Scrimba's front-end developer career path is the perfect place to learn more and take that next step on your coding and building journey. We designed this curriculum to deepen your knowledge of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, and more, with 13 modules filled with interactive coding challenges and over 15 real-world projects that you will build yourself from scratch with the opportunity to get code reviews from the Scrimba community. If you'd like to check it out or join at any time, visit the front-end developer career path on the Scrimba site or click on this image to head over to it now. I'll see you back soon to keep on building. We're going to navigate an essential skill for any builder and coder, debugging and getting feedback to improve your code. And we'll use ChatGPT to help guide us through this. We're going to use this Real Rewards project, which is a simple page that gives you a 50% discount on movie tickets when you enter the promo code HALF. To structure the page, we have an H1 element and a paragraph element to display the final price. Then below, a div with an ID app containing a form element where users can enter and submit their promo code. Over in the JavaScript, we are first getting elements from the HTML, like the promo code input field, the paragraph displaying the final ticket price, and the promo code form and assigning them to variables. The base ticket price is set to 50. The script then displays this price in the final price element when the page loads. And right below, the function applyDiscount calculates the final price based on the entered promo code. If the promo code the user enters is equal to half, then the discount rate is set to 0.5 or 50%. Otherwise, it remains 0 and no discount gets applied. The function then calculates the final price by subtracting the discount from the base price and returns a final price. And this code here runs when the user submits a promo code. So when the form is submitted, this code retrieves the entered promo code and calculates the final price by running or calling this apply discount function, which is this code here. And then it checks if the final price is less than the base price, meaning a valid discount was applied, then the script updates and displays the new price here. Otherwise, if no valid discount was applied, the script sets the placeholder text in the input field to display the message invalid promo code. And this line here clears the input field. I totally understand if there's code here that you don't quite get or that is still confusing to you. I don't want you to feel like you need to understand everything in this JavaScript file. The purpose of this lesson is to help you get feedback, improve, and understand your code a little bit better with the help of ChatGPT. Now, this project is far from perfect or even production ready. In fact, when you first run it, notice how we're getting a JavaScript error in the console. So let's look at some ways we can debug and improve the JavaScript with the help of ChatGPT. Now, debugging might sound a bit intimidating at first, but it's just the process of identifying and removing errors or bugs from your code. With ChatGPT, you can more easily troubleshoot these errors. It can point out syntax and logic errors, or even suggest better practices to prevent bugs in the future. So here's an example of how you might prompt ChatGPT for debugging. You can provide a description of the issue, paste your code into the chat, and it will help identify possible problems. So for example, here I'm saying that I'm having an issue running my JavaScript code, and then I'm providing the error message I'm getting, which is the message that appears in the console. And then I say, please help me understand what's wrong. So I'll submit this prompt to ChatGPT. And here I see that this typically occurs when you're attempting to manipulate an element that doesn't exist or hasn't been properly accessed. And then I see more instructions here. For example, ensure that your JavaScript code is running after the HTML document has finished loading. So here I see that you can achieve this by placing your JavaScript code at the bottom of the HTML file just before the closing body tag. Looking at the HTML, I see that the script tag is in the head tag. So that is indeed what's causing the problem. So I'll move my script tag just above the closing body tag, like so. And when I run the code, I see that the error no longer appears in the console. Great. Testing the form now, I see that I'm not able to submit a promo code. Notice how clicking the Apply Discount button immediately refreshes the page, preventing a discount to be applied as expected. So I'll turn to ChatGPT with this prompt, which says, I'm having issues with my JavaScript code. Submitting the promo form refreshes the page and does not run the following code as expected. In this case, I'm placing the code to evaluate within triple backticks to visually separate the code from the surrounding text and indicate that it should be treated as code. This can also make it easier for human readers to identify the code, improving the overall readability of the prompt. And for the AI itself, it might help separate our instructions from the context. You might also see this done with hash symbols or quotes, for example. Now, in many cases, you don't even need to place your code within quotes, hash symbols, or backticks. ChatGPT is likely to figure it out. So I'll copy this prompt and paste it into ChatGPT. And it looks like the JavaScript is missing a method to prevent the default form submission behavior. And that's this method here, event.preventDefault. So let me add that line of code here in my promo form event listener right at the top, like this. This ensures that the default form submission behavior is canceled. So now when I enter a promo code and submit the form, the JavaScript code runs without refreshing the page, allowing the promo code to be applied and display the final price. But testing it again, it looks like the discount gets applied to the base price no matter what text or promo code you enter. So I'm going to challenge you to debug and fix this with the help of ChatGPT. The challenge is to use ChatGPT to debug the apply discount function. So I want you to head over to ChatGPT and provide it with this prompt and include the code to debug within the hash symbols. Then evaluate ChatGPT's response and fix the code using what it suggests. So pause me now and give this a go. Okay, hopefully you got it to work. I'll give it a go by including my apply discount function here within the hash symbols, then copying this prompt and feeding it to ChatGPT. And here I see that the issue is in the conditional statement. It looks like instead of a comparison operator, which is this triple equal sign, I'm using the assignment operator, or only an equal sign, to compare the user code with the string half. And this is what's leading to the incorrect behavior. And then to fix the problem, I need to change the assignment operator to the equality operator. And I see an example of that here in the updated code. All right, this doesn't seem too bad. So over in the JavaScript, I'll update this line here to if user code triple equal sign half. Using the triple equals for comparison ensures that the value of user code is compared to the string half. And if they are strictly equal, then the discount rate will be set to 0.5 or 50%. Otherwise, it remains 0 or no discount gets applied. I'll test it out. I see that the base ticket price is $50. Now I'll enter the promo code half in all caps, click apply discount, and great, the final ticket price is indeed 50% off or $25. So now the code seems to be working as expected. All right, once your code runs without errors, you might want to make it more efficient or readable. And this is where ChatGPT truly shines. With its ability to generate code, you can ask ChatGPT for more efficient, modern, and elegant solutions or different approaches to a problem. A prompt you can use for code improvement might look like this. It says that this JavaScript code works as expected, but I think it could be made more efficient and modern. Please provide a more streamlined and up-to-date version of this code. Then I'll paste all of my JavaScript code here. And ChatGPT will evaluate it and give me some suggestions. All right, so here I see that it suggests replacing the var keyword with const, which can help avoid accidental reassignments and bugs in the code. And it simplified the apply discount function using a conditional ternary operator to assign the discount rate based on the user code. That's this code here, which is another more concise way to write an if-else statement. And I see that it also suggested using arrow functions, which is another way to write functions using a shorter syntax. So the JavaScript does seem more efficient with modern features that can help prevent bugs in the future. And I could use this code and push my project live, but I think I'll ask for more feedback on my original code. As with any learning and building process, feedback is key. And AIs like ChatGPT can provide that too. With its immense knowledge of coding conventions and standards, ChatGPT can give you valuable feedback on your code structure, syntax, and even style. So this time we're going to take advantage of the role-playing prompting approach to request feedback. I'm telling ChatGPT, you are a senior developer reviewing my JavaScript code before I ship it to production. Please provide feedback on how I can improve this code, make it more maintainable, and handle cases where a user enters the promo code in lowercase. Because notice that if you enter the promo code half in all lowercase, the discount doesn't get applied. But I think that users should still get the discount even if they type the promo code in all lowercase. So my senior developer here is going to help me out with that. Below, I'll paste all my JavaScript code, then submit this prompt to ChatGPT. And here I see a lot of valuable feedback and suggestions. For example, it suggests using descriptive variable names to convey their purpose and meaning better, and to convert the base price value to a numeric value versus a string. And that's going to help prevent calculation errors. Then to handle cases where a user enters the promo code in all lowercase, it says that I can convert the user code to uppercase and compare it to an all uppercase version of the promo code. This toUppercase method converts text to all uppercase letters. This looks good to me, so I'll copy this new JavaScript code snippet and replace all the code in my script.js file with this new JavaScript. Overall, I think that this feedback makes the code more functional, organized, and maintainable. For example, I even see that it suggested moving the logic for applying the discount and determining the final price into separate functions. And then only referencing or running the handle form submission function here when the form gets submitted, which makes the code easier to understand and maintain. I'll run all this latest code and test it out. The ticket price is $50. I'll type half in all lowercase. And good, the discount gets applied. So now the final price is $25. And if I enter an invalid code such as test, I get the message invalid promo code. Awesome. Now, don't worry if you're still confused about or don't understand a lot of this code. Like always, spend some time asking ChatGPT to give you more details about anything you'd like to learn more about. Remember, coding isn't always about making things work. It's an iterative process. So it's perfectly okay and normal to encounter bugs and problems in your code. It's all part of the journey. And with tools like ChatGPT by your side, you'll be well equipped to tackle these challenges head on. All right, let's get ready to turn up the volume on our coding skills and build a drum kit web app with the guidance of ChatGPT. As usual, HTML will form the structure of our drum kit, CSS will give it a sleek look, and JavaScript will add exciting interactive elements and play real drum sounds. So grab your virtual drumsticks and let's hit it. The project contains the usual HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files, and this time I've included a folder named Sounds that contains several audio files in the WAV format. We're going to take this step by step, so first we'll ask the AI to kickstart this project. Let's see how we can code a button that when clicked triggers a kick drum sound. I'll use this instructional prompt that provides a clear task for the AI to build a simple drum kit app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And I want to start with only one button that when clicked should play a drum sound, and the button should appear centered on screen. Below, I've provided some context about the sound file, like its name and location. And I've learned that HTML has a handy audio tag, which is used to embed and load sound files in your page. So I'm asking it to use the audio element for the sound file. And as usual, I want code comments to help me understand each part of the code. So I'll paste this prompt into ChatGPT, and let's check out its response. Okay, first it suggests the project directory structure, which we've already set up just like this. And here's the HTML, which I'll copy and paste into my project. I see that it has a container div with a kick button inside it, and below is the audio element to preload the kick.wave sound file. So let's add the CSS next, which I see is using that special Flexbox layout feature you've seen before to center the button on the page. So I'll add this CSS to my project. And finally, copy the JavaScript and paste it into script.js. The JavaScript gets the kick button element and assigns it to the const variable kick button. Then it gets the kick sounds audio element and stores it in the variable kick sound. Then below, the code pays close attention to when the kick button gets clicked. So when the user clicks it, it runs this code to play the kick sound. In JavaScript, this play method is used to start playing media, like audio. And kicksound.currentTime equals 0 makes the audio start playing from the beginning. All right, so let's get to the moment you've been waiting for and try it out. I'll click on the kick button. And great, the kick sound plays. Before we get to adding more drum sounds, I want you to give your drum app a title. So here's your challenge. Come up with a cool name for your drum kit app and display it in a heading, and then center the heading on the page with CSS. So pause me now and give that a go. All right, here we go. I'll add an H1 element here to create my page's main heading, and I'll give my drum kit app a cool name like Groove Kit. There we go. Now to center it on the page, I'll select the H1 here in the CSS and set its text align property to center. And while I'm here, I'll adjust the CSS for the container so that there isn't as much of a gap between the heading and the button. I'll get rid of this align items and height properties since we don't really need them. And then how about giving the container a top margin of 30 pixels? That looks much better. All right, let's move on to your next challenge. We are going to expand our drum kit. Your challenge is to create a new button for the ride drum sound. You'll need to write the button tag, the audio tag, and the JavaScript code to make it play when clicked. And be sure to use the existing HTML and JavaScript code as a reference. So pause me now and work on this challenge. All right, if you were able to add and play the ride drum sound, great work. Now let's work on it together. First, to add the ride button and play the ride sound, I can follow the same pattern used for the kick button and sound. I'll copy this kick button and paste a new button element below, then update the ID to ride and the button text to ride. And then I'll copy the audio element for the kick sound, and update this ID to ride-sound, and I want the source to point to the file ride.wave. All right, that should be it for the HTML. Now let's move on to the JavaScript. First, I'll retrieve the ride button element and assign it to a variable. So I'll copy the line for the kick button and update the variable name here to ride button, which will select the element with the ID ride. And I'll get the ride sound element in the same way. I'll update this variable name to ride sound and get the element with the ID ride-sound. Finally, to play the ride sound when the ride button is clicked, I'll copy this code block here, paste it below, and then update this code block so that it pays attention to the ride button. And when the ride button is clicked, I want to play the ride sound. So I'll change this here to ride sound.current time equals 0. And then to actually play it, I'll update this to ride sound.play. All right, let's give it a try. All right, cool. Now we're able to play both the kick and ride sounds. We are making good progress, so now we'll ask the AI to make our drum kit more interactive. I wanted to play drum sounds using my keyboard and not just with button clicks. For example, pressing the A key on my keyboard plays the kick sound and the S key, the ride sound. So next, I'll prompt the AI to extend the drum kit app by triggering the kick sound when the A keyboard key is pressed. So let's start with that and see what ChatGPT comes up with. All right, so it gives me the modified JavaScript, and I'll only copy this new code block at the bottom and add it to my JavaScript file. So now the JavaScript program is paying attention to or listening for key presses on the page. This code is saying when a key is pressed down anywhere on the page, do the following actions. In this case, it uses an if statement to check which key was pressed. So if the pressed key is A, then it plays the kick sound. So now I can press my A key to play the kick sound. Next, how about you work on updating this JavaScript to play the ride sound file whenever the S key is pressed? So pause me now and go for it. All right, here we go. To play the ride sound when the S key is pressed, I'll copy this if statement, paste a new one below, and I'll update this to else if. So if the pressed key is S, it's going to play the ride sound. So I'll update this to ride sound.current time equals 0 and ride sound.play. I'll test it out. And good, that worked. Let's keep the beats coming. So your challenge is to complete the drum kit app by adding the button and audio elements for the snare, tom, and hi-hat sounds. You'll also need to update the JavaScript so that clicking each button will play the corresponding sound, and then play each sound when pressing a specific key. And the keys to press are up to you. So take your time with this, and I'll meet you back up when you're done to go over it. Okay, hopefully you got all your drum sounds to play and even jammed out for a bit. Now let's work through these. I don't want you to have to watch me type every button, audio tag, and JavaScript code. So I'll paste all the remaining button and audio elements here in the HTML. We have our button elements and now the audio tags. Then in the JavaScript, I'll paste in the variables for the buttons and then the 3 audio elements. Next, I'll paste the event listeners for the 3 buttons right here. And finally, the else if statements for each key press. And notice how the buttons overflow their containers and we're not able to view them all at once on the page. I can fix this with CSS by wrapping the buttons onto new lines whenever there's not enough space for the buttons to all fit on 1 or even 2 lines here in the container rule. So I'll wrap them with the flex wrap property, which is also a special Flexbox property, then set the value to wrap. And I also want to space them out by adding a gap between each. So I'll use the gap property and set a 20 pixel gap. All right, much better. Now the buttons are all nicely spaced out and we can see them all at once on the screen. They even stack and display as a column on narrow screens. Now I'll test my latest changes with a quick jam session. Hopefully you enjoyed that. It seems like everything is working great. Now, while building this project, we duplicated a lot of code. For example, the JavaScript that plays a specific drum sound when its corresponding button is clicked, and the code for playing sounds when a key is pressed. And we're not worried too much about duplicate code right now while learning to build projects, but repetitive code like this can often be replaced with more efficient and maintainable code. So the last step you might do is ask ChatGPT for help updating your code so that it's more concise, readable, and maintainable with a prompt like this. You can say, please update this JavaScript code so that it's more concise and maintainable, and then include your JavaScript code here. And this will likely generate new code that might seem a bit too complex and difficult to understand right now, so let's not worry about that and stick with our original code. All right, so you've just built a drum kit app with interactive elements, connected them to sounds, and made the interface respond to both mouse and keyboard inputs. I think now's a great time to show this off to friends and colleagues. You can also customize the CSS and even add different sounds to your app, such as the boom, clap, and open hat files included in the sounds folder. And one last thing, why don't programmers like nature? Because it has too many bugs. And with that, I'll show myself out. Our work here is done. Let's move on. We've been creating some cool projects using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with ChatGPT. So now it's time to showcase these to the world. I'm going to introduce you to a remarkably simple way to deploy and share your projects using a service called Netlify.
Smash
So
that
let's
like
jump
button,
right in.
drop a comment
First up,
down
let me show
below,
you how to download the
and
code
subscribe to
from
Pro
Scrimba.
Free Courses Comp
First,
now.
click on the gear icon in the bottom right corner of your Scrim, then click Download as Zip, and that's going to download a zip file to your computer. Unzip the file and you'll see your project files inside a folder. In the folder, you might see some new unfamiliar files like readme.md, package.json, and another named vite.config.js. Go ahead and delete those files because you're not going to need them. I also suggest renaming your project folder to help you keep track of it. And now you're ready to deploy your project with Netlify. Netlify is simple to use even for non-coders and perfect for our needs. It offers free hosting for personal projects, which makes it a great choice. And we'll focus on Netlify's drag and drop feature. So head over to netlify.com or click on this image to visit the site and create a free account. You can simply use your email to sign up, or if you happen to have an account with a service or platform like GitHub or GitLab, you can use it to sign up. With your account all set up, you can deploy your first site in minutes, and you'll be amazed at how simple this is. On your Netlify dashboard, you'll see a section titled Sites. Then, under the Add New Site dropdown, select Deploy Manually, and here's where the magic of drag and drop comes into play. You take your project folder, then drag and drop it right into this area where it says drag and drop your site output folder here. And that's it. No complex configurations, no code, just drag and drop. Netlify will do its thing and your site will be live on the web within moments. You'll see that Netlify provides you with a unique URL where you or anyone can access your site. Click on it and you'll see your project live on the web. And from here, sharing your project is as easy as sharing this URL that Netlify provides. So now, what happens when you want to make changes to your project after it's been deployed? Well, Netlify makes this easy too. After making changes to your project, you only need to drag and drop the updated project folder onto the Netlify dashboard here under Deploys, and Netlify will automatically update your site with the new changes. The URL for your project stays the same, so there's no need to reshare a new link. So just remember that every time you make a change in your local project files, you'll need to re-upload the entire project folder to Netlify to ensure that your live site stays in sync with the project on your computer. And there you have it. Deploying and sharing your projects is pretty much a breeze with Netlify, so don't hesitate to get your work out there. In fact, how about you share a project you built in this course with peers by posting the project link on the Today I Did Discord channel. Clicking on this image will take you right to that channel. Remember, building is only half the fun. Sharing your creations is where the magic truly happens. And just like that, we've reached the end of this section where we started to bridge the gap between learning to code and building tangible projects with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, all while unlocking the potential of AI. So nice work. We kicked it off with the basics and some simple elements, but before we knew it, we were building functional, interactive projects while learning how to frame effective prompts and debug and refine our code with the help of AI. So with the skills and AI know-how you've now got under your belt, you're well equipped to tackle bigger, more complex projects. You've come a long way, and the exciting part is that this is still just the beginning. This course is a living, iterative project, much like the evolving field of AI itself. I'll be adding more sections to the course featuring new, more complex projects that will allow you to stretch your newly acquired skills even further. So I'd really appreciate sharing your thoughts, feedback, and suggestions about this course and any ideas for projects you'd like to build in the future sections of this course. Clicking on this image right here will take you directly to a quick feedback form. In the meantime, I hope you continue to explore and build with AI. So I'll see you back soon, and we look forward to checking out your projects. Happy building! Hello again, brilliant builders. We've spent some time together building wonderful projects and dipping our toes into the world of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, all with the help of AI, but we're just getting started. In this section, we'll be transforming next-level project ideas into reality, all while keeping the building and learning process fun and interactive. Remember that the goal is to help you build projects with the magic of AI while not getting lost in the weeds of technicalities. So let's take a peek at what's in store for you. First, you'll build your own version of the classic whack-a-mole game. It's called Face Bump, and it will surely put a smile on everyone's face. Then you'll build an interactive project slideshow perfect for a personal portfolio website. Following that, we'll put together a personal homepage where you'll showcase all your fantastic AI-assisted projects and tell the world a little about yourself and your skills. And that's just the beginning. We're also diving into building Chrome extensions. You'll create a shopping wishlist extension called SnapStash. You'll also design and build a smart home mobile interface, and even learn how to transform it into a mobile-friendly app that users can launch from their device's home screen. And to make storing and sharing your projects easier, I'll guide you through adding your projects to a platform called GitHub. Finally, to wrap up this section, I'll teach you how to use GitHub and Netlify together to automate how you deploy your project updates. Like the previous section of this course, you may at times feel like you're in unfamiliar territory and worry that you're not understanding everything that's going on in the code. But rest assured that this is intentional. As I've mentioned before, this course encourages you to stretch beyond your comfort zone, diving into code or challenges that might seem advanced for your current skill set. We want you to dive right into building cool stuff without going the long way of learning everything from scratch. With AI at your side, you can quickly get off the ground with plain conversational English and then gradually become more technical as you put together simple apps. So let's launch right into this section to continue exploring the power of AI and keep on building. Before you do, take a moment to let your Scrimba colleagues know that you're starting this section in the Today I Will Discord channel. Click on this image to jump right into the channel. Ever heard of or played the game Whack-A-Mole? Well, we're about to build a version of the game with a personal spin, calling it Face Bump. We'll kick off this section by recreating this classic tactile game into a digital experience using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So the idea is pretty straightforward. Instead of moles, we're using photos, maybe even one of you or your friends. And the challenge is to catch and bump the photo every time it appears, just like in the classic game. The game will even include a timer, a score display, and images that pop in and out at random. And to speed up the process, we'll get some help from ChatGPT. Let's kick things off with a prompt here to help create the structure of the game. In the prompt, I provide a brief description of the game and the type of code I'll need for it. I initially want to display the game's title, a start button, a score display, and a timer. And the game will display a final message to the player when it ends, so I'm requesting a placeholder element for the message. And finally, keeping with the whack-a-mole style, I'd like a game board with 6 holes where the images will pop in and out of. I even provided the image file name, which is photo.png. All right, now I'll copy and paste this prompt into ChatGPT, and let's see what we get back. And here's the HTML for our game, so I'll copy the code and paste it into index.html. And good, it looks like it has all the elements I requested. The title, start button, a score display. Here I see a timer, the message div, and the game board with the image slots or holes. And all 6 images point to photo.png, which is this image here. Great. All the images are displaying correctly. Now let's add some style to the game. I'll use this next prompt, which asks ChatGPT to style the game using a bright blue theme with background gradients and complementary shades for the game controls and holes. And I want the holes to be circular and the photos to have a popping in and out effect. I'd also like to place the holes on a grid and center each item inside its hole. All right, fingers crossed. Let's feed this prompt to ChatGPT and see if it can work some magic for us. Okay, I'll copy the CSS and paste it into styles.css. And I can see that this is already starting to look good. So let's go over the CSS. Here we have some styles that you've likely seen before for the body, H1, the button, and the score, timer, and game board elements, as well as the holes where the images will pop in and out of. Now, one thing that caught my eye is that it's using CSS Grid to lay out the holes in the game board. Grid is a super powerful CSS layout system for placing items in rows and columns. And I see that it's creating 3 columns here, each 150 pixels wide using this repeat function. And it's adding a 20 pixel gap between each hole to space them out. All right, so ChatGPT has given us a visually pleasing design for the most part. I see the gradient background and a neat grid layout for our image slots. So now let's spend some time customizing the design of the game. So first up, let's liven up the page by adding a winking face emoji to the title here in index.html, just like that. There we go. And I also want to make the button corners rounded, which I can do in styles.css here in the button rule using the border radius property. I'll set it to 5 pixels, and that looks good. I also feel like the score needs to stand out, so let's make it larger by increasing its font size. So here in the score rule, I see that the font size is being set using the CSS rem unit, which might be new to you. Rem stands for root M. Don't worry too much about it. It's just a different, more flexible and scalable way to set font sizes and other properties with CSS. You can bump up the value and set it to 2 rem, for example, and that would look good, but we've been using pixel units this whole time, so let's just stick with that here. I'll set the font size of score to 32 pixels. And I also want to update the margins for the score so that it has a top and bottom margin of 20 pixels. So I'll replace the margin top property with just margin. And as you've learned in previous projects, with this shorthand, the first value sets the top and bottom margin, so we'll leave that as 20 pixels, and the second value sets the left and right margins, which I'll set to 0. And while we're here, let's also adjust the timer's font size. So here in the timer rule, I'll set the font size to a value like 24 pixels, and let's create more space between the timer and the game board below it. So I'll replace margin top with margin bottom, 20 pixels. A subtle change, but this is looking much better to me. And if you're curious, before we move on, I want you to pause me and ask ChatGPT to explain the CSS rem unit in more detail. Go ahead, I'll wait. All right, so now it looks like we'll need to adjust the images in the game board holes. I'll have you make these changes with a challenge. Here's what we'll need to do. First, let's make the game more challenging by making the image targets smaller, because currently the images are as wide and as tall as the holes. So I want you to resize them to be 55% of the width and height of their hole. Then you'll notice that the images are initially squared, but they need to be circular. You've done this before, so go ahead and update the CSS to make the images perfectly rounded. And here's an important adjustment you'll need to make. All the images are currently visible by default, but they all need to be initially hidden from view. So notice in this CSS rule.
Are you ready to unlock the power of programming? Welcome to Pro Free Courses Comp, the one-stop destination for all things coding. With us, you're not just learning, you're embarking on an exciting journey into the world of programming. Imagine having access to over 100 comprehensive courses from the world's top universities all at your fingertips. From Microsoft Office to Google Workspace, from Python to JavaScript, from React to Node.js, from beginner to advanced, it's all here and it's all free. This isn't just about learning to code, it's about mastering the language of the future. joining pro free courses. Comp means becoming part of a community of learners, developers, and innovators. It means stepping into a world where learning never stops, where every line of code you write opens up a new universe of possibilities. So why wait? Subscribe now and take the first step towards coding your future. With Pro Free Courses Comp, you're not just learning to code, you're learning to create, innovate, and transform the world. Pro Free Courses Comp. Learn, code, your path to success.
How this transform property uses a CSS scale function to scale or increase the size of an image inside an active whole to the value 1.1, which is 100% of its size. So I want you to think about how you might use this property here in the CSS rule that styles an image within a whole element to hide or scale them out of view. So go ahead and pause the scrim now and work through this challenge. I'll catch up with you soon to go over the solution. You've got this. All right, hopefully you got that. So first, the images are currently 100% the width and height of their parent whole element. So to resize the images to be 55% of the width and height of their whole, I'll update the width property to 55% and the height property to 55%. And there we go. As I mentioned, the images are initially squared, so to make them perfectly rounded, I'll use the border radius property and set it to the value 50%, which does in fact make them perfectly rounded within their whole. Awesome. Okay, so now how do we set the initial scale of an image to make it invisible? For that, I'll use the transform property here in the whole image rule, and like in here, use the scale function to set the initial scale of the image to 0, just like that. So essentially, the base style for the image inside a whole class makes it invisible. As you can see here, the images are gone. But as you'll see later, when the whole element also has an active class, the image will enlarge smoothly to 110% of its size, suggesting some sort of active state for the image, which is when a player will be able to whack or face bump it. And this transition property adds a smooth transition effect on the transform property. So when the scale of the image changes, it will animate over a duration of 0.2 seconds, and ease in out means that the animation starts and ends slowly and speeds up in the middle. So if you've successfully worked through these steps and came up with a similar solution, nice work. And now the real fun begins with JavaScript. We'll make the images pop in and out from their whole, keep track of the score, and manage the countdown timer. So I'll add a third prompt that instructs ChatGPT to implement these desired features with JavaScript. To create that whack-a-mole effect, the images should appear and then disappear into their holes. And I want it to happen at random intervals to make the game interesting. When a player clicks on an image, the player's score should increase by 1. And we'll create a 30-second countdown timer, which starts immediately after clicking the start button. Then the game should end when the timer reaches 0. Also, when the game ends, I want to display a fun and witty message based on the player's score and let users easily play again by clicking the start button. And as always, I'd like code comments to help me understand the JavaScript logic. All right, so here you go, ChatGPT, do your thing. And let's see what ChatGPT came up with by copying the JavaScript code and pasting it into script.js. It looks like this is quite a bit of code, so let's have a look. At the top, I see that it's selecting elements from the HTML, like the start button, the score display, the timer, the message display, and the holes. And then I see some variables holding information like the current score, the desired time for the timer, whether the game started, as well as the current time in the countdown. And this function here generates a random time interval to display the images using a desired min and max value. And it looks like the code below is used to display the images in the holes. First, it makes sure that no holes are active with visible images. Then it selects holes randomly for the images to pop in and out of. And then it applies the active class we looked at earlier in the CSS, which is this class here, which gives the image the effect that it's popping out of the hole. And here I see that the time intervals will be chosen randomly between 500 and 1500 milliseconds, or between half a second and 1.5 seconds. And then after the set random time, it hides the image by removing the active class here. And if the game is still playing or the countdown hasn't hit 0 yet, it continues the game by displaying the next image again and again until the time gets to 0. All right, and this function is the logic that starts the game and updates the countdown and current score. It also stops the game when the time reaches 0 and displays a message. Below is the event listener that starts the game when the player clicks the start button. And then we have another event listener for clicking on the images and increasing the score. And finally, this function is what's used to return a fun message based on the score. So if the score is equal to 0, we get this message, and players will get a different message if they score less than 10, less than 20, or 20 points or more. All right, that was a lot of code to go over, and I completely understand if a lot of this seems a little bit confusing to you or very confusing for you right now. It's totally normal. So what I want you to do is pause me right now if you feel like you need to take a moment to ask ChatGPT to explain any of the code that you don't quite understand or want to learn more about. All right, now let's see what we've got by testing the game. I'll click Start Game, and then cool, my pesky photo is popping up randomly, which can be challenging at times. I'll try to get as many face bumps as possible. After 30 seconds, the game is over. I scored 12 points, so the message I get is, "You're getting good at this." Cool. Now, I did notice an issue with the countdown timer text here, which we'll get to and fix shortly. And I also just thought of a cool effect we can apply to the holes on the game board. We can make the shadows appear inside the holes instead of outside to give each hole the appearance of depth. The box shadow property in CSS is what adds a shadow effect to an element. So this property is applying a shadow to each hole. And by adding the inset keyword at the start of the box shadow value, like so, effectively creates an inner shadow, which gives each hole an appearance of being indented into the page, and it creates a subtle depth effect. All right, this is looking good, and it seems like we're mostly set up with all the game mechanics. Let's keep it going by adding some enhancements to our face bump game. First, when a player hovers over an image with their mouse, I want the cursor to change to the usual pointer or hand icon to indicate the image is clickable or interactive. We can do that pretty easily in the CSS, here in the rule that selects an image that's inside an element with the class hole, using the cursor property and setting it to the value pointer. And now when we hover over an image, we see the pointer as the cursor. Good. All right, next, just for an added touch, let's see how we can make the image display a bumped or whacked effect when clicked. I think applying a bright red border around it might do the trick. So I'll ask ChatGPT to help me with that using this prompt. I'd like it to update the necessary code to apply a red border to an image only when clicked. So let's feed this into ChatGPT. And I get back some new code. It looks like we need to modify the event listener for clicking on images using this updated JavaScript code. So I'll copy this code snippet, then scroll down to the event listener for clicking on images right here, and replace this entire code block with the new code. So here I see that it adds the class clicked to a clicked image, then removes it here after a delay of 300 milliseconds. ChatGPT also gives me the CSS to apply the red border to an image with the class clicked. So I'll copy this code snippet and paste it at the bottom of styles.css. I think I'll customize it slightly. I'll make the border thicker by changing it to 4 pixels and making the color brighter with the value tomato, which is my favorite CSS color. Now let's go ahead and test the latest changes. I'll start the game and click on an image to bump it. And there we have it, a bright red border to enhance the player experience. A simple yet effective way to add some feedback for the player. All right, so now how about some JavaScript challenges to enhance the interactivity of the game? I'll include the first challenge here just above the function that starts the game. So here in the start game function, I want you to update the start button to display the text playing when a user clicks it to start the game. And remember that you'll need to set the button text back to start game when the game ends. So look closely at the code in this function as you'll find some hints on how to do this. Pause me now and give it a go. All right, hopefully you were able to make this happen. Now I'll show you one solution. So here in the start game function, I see some code being used to set the text content of an element like the score display and the time display. I noticed that the start button is being referenced here. So to update the start button text when the game starts, I can write start button.text content and set it equal to the text playing ... All right, let's try it out. When I click the start button, yes, the text changes to playing. Good. So now we need to change the button text back to start game when the game ends. And this is the code that handles the game when the time is up. So it seems like I can do something very similar here with start button.text content equals the string start game. I'll test it out. In fact, to speed things up for us, I'll change the countdown timer to be 5 seconds instead of 30 seconds here. And let's see, I'll click start game. The button text changes to playing. And then after 5 seconds, good, it changes back to start game. Next, let's work on fixing the countdown timer. You've probably noticed that it's repeating the words time left and seconds. This shouldn't be too challenging to fix. One way to fix this would be to update the time display variable to reference the div with the ID timer instead of only the span element with the ID time. So back in the JavaScript, we'll say get element by ID timer, and then it should initially display time left followed by the time with this line here. In fact, I'd prefer if we don't display the word seconds, so I'll get rid of that altogether. And we'll display the same text and time during the countdown here in this line. So I'll just make the same change here. And let's also remove the word seconds from the HTML. All right, let's try it out. I'll click start game, and there we go. The countdown timer is looking much better. And I think it would be better if we replaced the time entirely with the final message once the countdown hits 0 and the game ends. So over in the JavaScript, let's look for the code that ends the game when the time is up right here. And then I can replace message display.text content with time display.text content equals the returned message. And now I can even delete the HTML for the message here, which is the div with the ID message, as well as the JavaScript variable for it, which is this one here, message display. Let's test it out. I'll click start game. The counter is still at 5 seconds. And when the game ends, the time is replaced with the message. Great, that looks much better. Next up, no game is complete without cool sound effects. So in our final challenge, you're going to take this game to the next level by playing a sound effect each time the player whacks or bumps a face photo to gain a point. I'll add the steps for this challenge here in script.js. You'll notice that I've included some sound files here in the sounds folder. So first, I want you to embed this bump.wave sound file in the HTML. And then you'll update the JavaScript to play the bump.wave sound each time a player clicks on a photo. You did something very similar in the previous section of this course where we built the DrumKit app. So you can reference the code from that project if needed. So pause me now and go for it. All right, hopefully that went well and that you were able to play the bump sound effect. Now let's go over one way to do it. First, I'll embed the bump.wave sound file here in index.html. As we did in the DrumKit project, I'll use the audio element for that. I'll give this audio element an ID of bump-sound. And then I need to set the source to that wave file, which is in the sounds folder. So I'll say sounds/bump.wave. Okay, that's good to go. If you got this part, awesome. Next, one very important step is that I need to select the audio element with the ID bump sound here in the JavaScript. So let me add a section here to indicate that this is where we select audio elements for sounds. And then here, I'll declare a new variable I'll name bump sound. So I can say document.getElement by ID and specify the ID bump-sound. All right, now I need to head over to the event listener for clicking on images right here. And as you've learned, this block of code handles everything that happens when a player clicks on a photo, like update the score and apply the red border. This is where we'll also play the bump sound effect. So first, I'll reference the bump sound variable, then call the current time property on it, as we've done before, and set it to 0, which makes the audio start playing from the beginning. And then below, bump sound.play is going to start playing the audio. Okay, let's test it out. And it works. That is super cool. So now, how about playing a sound effect when the game ends? Even better, we'll play a different sound based on how the player scored. In the sounds folder, I have 2 more sound files, gameend.wave and gameendhigh.wave. So let's first embed these in index.html, just like the bump sound. In fact, I'll just copy this audio element here, paste a new one below, and update the ID to end-sound and the source value to sounds/gameend.wave. And I'll do the same for the high score sound, update the ID to high-sound and the source to sounds/gameend_high.wave. All right, now I can select them with JavaScript and assign them to variables so that we can play the sounds. I'll copy this line here, paste it below, and update the variable name to end-sound. And this will get the element with the ID.
Smash that like button, drop a comment down below, and subscribe to Pro Free Courses Comp now.
And have it get the element with the ID high sound. We know that the start game function handles all the functionality to start the game and display the score and countdown. And we also work with this code block here, which ends the game when the time is up or when time is equal to 0. So first I'll play the end sound here. And I can do that with endSound.play. Okay, so let me test this. I'll update the time to just 3 seconds. And here we go. All right, excellent. That worked. So now let's wrap up this epic game project with a challenge. I'll add the challenge here in script.js. I want you to update this code so that it plays the high sound. Remember, that's this gameend_wave file, only if the player's score is higher than 9. Otherwise, play the regular end sound if the score is 9 or less. So pause me now and go for it. All right, hopefully you were able to make this work. Now let's go over how I might do it. So first, to play the high sound, if the player score is greater than 9, I can use a if statement to do that, which we've done before. So I'll replace endSound.play with an if statement, where we'll say if the value of score is greater than 9, play the high sound with highSound.play. And then we'll use the else statement to play the end sound if the score is 9 or less with endSound.play. If you figured this part out, amazing job. You should be super proud. All right, so now all that is left is to try it out. I'll change the timer back to 30 seconds and let's go for it. Okay, here we go. I'll start the game, bump some photos. Oh, this is pretty tricky. Oh, it looks like I got the high score. All right, I scored more than 9 points, so I got the high score sound, which is great. Now I'll quickly test the end sound by scoring less than 9 points. And good, our code works perfectly. This was just for testing, but if you'd like, you can update the high score values here. So for example, in the getMessage function, anything greater than 20 gives you this, wow, you're a face bump champion. So let's update the code so that that high score sound plays when the player scores more than 20 points. and you can set it to whatever score you'd like. Also, another more concise way you might write this same expression is using JavaScript's ternary operator, like this. Type score is greater than 20, followed by a question mark. And if the score is greater than 20, the high sound will play with highsound.play. Then type a colon. And if the score is 20 or less, we'll play the end sound with endsound.play. And this should work in the same exact way. So wonderful, you've just built Facebump, a fun and engaging game using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We've covered a lot of ground here, so be super, super proud of yourself. Now, before we head off to the next project, remember that this is your foundation for this game. You can expand upon Facebump by introducing new features. It's all up to you. And I want you to take that next step by customizing the game and making it your own. For example, upload your own images for a more personalized experience. It can be your photo or your friend's photo. I also want you to update the game colors and maybe write some custom messages for when the game ends. And don't forget to share your solution by posting it in the Today I Did channel. So that'll do it for this project. Amazing work. Let's keep building. All right, let's continue by building an interactive image slideshow that displays different project images and descriptions. And it will be flexible so that you can add it to a website, for example, to let users easily browse through projects you've built or anything you want to showcase. And as usual, we'll collaborate with ChatGPT to make it happen using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So get ready to showcase your projects in style, and let's get to it. I've already included HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files for the project, along with 3 images for the slideshow, which can be found here in the images folder. So we'll dive right in and prompt ChatGPT with our requirements. We'll try to get most of the image slideshow built in one shot using this AI prompt. The prompt is quite clear and precise about what I need help with. It mentions the kind of project I'm working on, which is an interactive slideshow with dot navigation, and that the slideshow should display images and description for different projects. It also mentions the language types, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, followed by the specific functionality that it requires. I've structured this prompt by splitting it up into multiple smaller tasks with bullet points. The bullet points in the prompt help provide a clear structure and make it easier for ChatGPT to understand our project needs and hopefully generate code for each requirement. For example, I'm asking it to create a flexible HTML container for each project slide. And I want to start by adding 3 projects to the slider, including images, headings, and descriptions. And the headings and descriptions should be overlaid above the images using a partially transparent background. And then I want to implement a dot navigation where each dot represents a project and visually indicates the active slide. Users should be able to switch between slides using the dot navigation, and I want a fade transition between each slide. And as usual, I'm asking for code comments and explanations to understand the solution better, which, as you've experienced with other projects, is a great learning approach. The prompt seems to provide enough information to build a solution. While the details of the images, descriptions, or aesthetics like color scheme are not provided, they aren't as crucial to create a functional image slideshow. These can be easily customized later. All right, so I'll copy this prompt and paste it into ChatGPT, and let's see what ChatGPT has in store for us. Okay, we get back the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code for our image slideshow, complete with detailed comments explaining each part's functionality. So first, I'll copy the HTML code and paste it into index.html. Then I'll copy the CSS and paste all of it into styles.css. And copy the JavaScript code and paste it into script.js. All right, now let's review the code. In index.html, we have a div element with the class slider, and it wraps all the individual slides, which get created with divs with the class slide. Each slide div contains an image and slide content displaying the project name and description. And it seems like the slider's dot navigation will be dynamically generated using JavaScript, so there's a container element for the navigation here at the bottom with the class dot navigation. When I run the code, it looks like we need to update the paths to the image files in our project. They're showing up as broken images. So why don't you take a moment to fix this? Here's a challenge. I want you to update each image element to correctly point to the image source. And remember, the images are in this folder named images. So pause me now and give that a go. All right, here we go. Now I'll update the paths to point to the images stored in my images folder. Here in an images source attribute, I need to specify the folder name, which is images, followed by a / before the image name. So for example, this image element source points to the project1.jpg file. Now I'll do the same for the other two images. All right, let's test the slideshow. And good, it seems like it's working as expected. So nice work if you got that. Now we have a flexible HTML container for each project slide with responsive image resizing. The heading and descriptions fully overlay the images with a partially transparent background, and the dot navigation allows us to switch between slides with a smooth fade transition effect. So not bad at all on the first try. But it looks like we need to make a few adjustments. So let's walk through the rest of the code and customize the slideshow to our needs. The CSS comments in styles.css help explain what each CSS rule is doing. So for instance, here it's resetting some default styles. Then we have the CSS for the main slider container, as well as all the individual slides with the class slide. And it looks like this is setting the opacity of an active slide to 1 so that we can view it. And it's styling the image within each slide, as well as the content overlay. And below are the styles for the dot navigation. All right, so the first thing I want to do is make sure that the image inside each slide takes up the full width and height of its containing element. Because notice if I shrink the browser window, we see a gap or some empty space between the image and the dot navigation. So let's fix this. I'll scroll down to where we're styling the image within each slide, right here. Now the image is already set to take up the full width of its containing element here, with width set to 100%. So to set the image inside each slide to also take up the full height of its containing element, I'll update the height property here to 100%. So now if its container div with the class slide is resized, the image will resize along with it, always trying to fill the entire width and height of the parent slide div. So notice that now we're not seeing that gap below the image. But now it seems like the aspect ratio of the image is a bit off. Notice how it looks distorted here at this width. We can adjust that with a CSS property called object fit. This property determines how the image should be resized to fit its container. And the value cover ensures that the image will scale up or down so that it covers the entire area of its container without stretching or distorting the image. Notice how it crops the image in a way that preserves its aspect ratio and central content. So now it doesn't look distorted. Perfect. All right, so next, I'd like to pin the content area to the bottom of the slide. That way it doesn't fully overlay the image. So here in the slide content rule, I'll change this top property set to 0 to bottom 0. And then remove the height set to 100%, as well as this left position property set to 0. All right, that looks much better. Now we can see more of our project images. I also think that the content background should be slightly less transparent. So here I see where a semi-transparent background is being set. So I'll update this alpha or transparency value here in the RGBA color function to 75% by setting it to 0.75. And that looks much better to me. Now let's adjust the project name with CSS. We'll increase the font size and add more visual space between the project name and description. So at the top of styles.css, I'll create a new rule that targets the H2 element on the page, which remember is the project name in each slide. And here I'll update the font size using the CSS font size property and set it to a larger value such as 26 pixels. And to create that extra space, I'll use a margin bottom property and set it to 12 pixels. Let's check it out. And I think that looks much better. All right, now let's have a look at the JavaScript. The comments are super helpful in explaining each code block. So here at the top, I see that it's getting the required elements such as the slide divs and the dot navigation container. And this line of code initially sets the first slide and dot as active. And then we have the code to generate the dot navigation based on the number of slides. So that's actually really cool because as we add more and more of these slide divs, the JavaScript is going to dynamically generate more dots for the navigation. And it looks like this function here handles navigating to a specific slide by first removing the active class from all slides and dots, and then adding the active class to the selected slide and dot. Now, everything in the slideshow seems to be working great, but I think it would be really neat and useful if the slideshow played automatically. So let's ask ChatGPT to implement an autoplay feature that automatically switches to the next slide every 5 seconds. I'll use this prompt here, which says, please update the JavaScript code to automatically switch to the next slide every 5 seconds. I'll feed this prompt into ChatGPT, and let's see. Okay, we get back new code for our JavaScript file. So what I'll do is copy all of this code and replace everything in script.js with the updated code, just to be sure that I don't miss anything. All right, so let's check it out. It looks like we have 2 new variables declared at the top, current slide, which is initialized to 0, and slide interval. And now the navigate to slide function automatically fades to the next slide every 5 seconds. This JavaScript line here uses the setInterval function, which is a built-in method in JavaScript that's used to execute a specific function or code snippet repeatedly at fixed time intervals. So in this case, it calls the next slide function to navigate to the next slide every 500 milliseconds, which is equivalent to 5 seconds. Awesome. Then here at the very bottom, this line initially autoplays the slideshow when the page loads. All right, so let's test it out. I'll run my code, and excellent, the slideshow plays by itself, and then every 5 seconds it updates to show the next slide. Perfect. So fantastic, you've created an impressive image slideshow you can use for your personal portfolio website. And remember, it doesn't end here. I want you to customize and enhance a slideshow to suit your personal style and project needs, and make it truly your own. So I'm going to leave you with a challenge here. I want you to add more projects, custom images, descriptions, and add links to your live projects. I'll kick off the first slide here in the HTML by setting the project name to website hero and updating the description here in the paragraph element. And I want you to keep this project handy because you're going to use it later in a bigger project. So stay tuned. And as always, take a moment to ask ChatGPT to explain any of the code that you don't quite understand or want to learn more about. Great work. Let's move on. You are going to build your very own personal homepage where you'll introduce yourself to the world, exhibit your skills, and display your projects. Imagine a digital business card, but more dynamic and personal. And the best part is that you will implement and feature the project slideshow you built earlier on your homepage. So let's get to it. We'll kick it off by discussing the project with ChatGPT and instructing it on our intentions to ensure we're on the same page. Then we'll follow it with a series of prompts for each section of the page. This first prompt asks ChatGPT for guidance in building a personal homepage using HTML and CSS. It's a sort of broad level brief to give ChatGPT a sense of the project's nature. And I also let it know that I'll only request specific code snippets as we progress, so there's no need to provide code until I explicitly ask for it. And with this prompt, ChatGPT should be ready to start. So I'll copy and paste this prompt into ChatGPT. And good, it looks like ChatGPT is primed and ready to go. So now let's ask it to provide a basic HTML structure. With this prompt, I'm giving ChatGPT a roadmap for our homepage's layout and overall the main building blocks of our page. I'm asking it to help me design a basic structure for a personal homepage and that it should have the following sections: a header, a section for displaying my projects, an about section, and a section for displaying my skills, as well as a footer. And I wanted to add these sections as placeholders for now, as we'll be coding them and filling them out step by step. I'll feed this prompt to ChatGPT and let it do its thing. I get back some HTML, so I'll copy this code and paste it into index.html, and let's have a look. It looks like the HTML structure is a basic layout with placeholders for different sections like the header, projects, about, skills, and the footer, just as requested. Great, so now let's request the code for our page header and navigation with this prompt. I want ChatGPT to code an HTML header displaying my name, guilh, and navigation links for the sections projects, about, and skills. And I get back new HTML where it looks like the header section was updated. So I'll copy the header element and replace the existing header element with the new code. I see that the main heading, or H1, was updated to display my name, and then we have a nav element holding an unordered list, which contains all the page links as list items. I'll check out the latest code and see that so far everything is looking great. Next, let's guide ChatGPT to create the HTML for our About section. This section should briefly introduce who you are and some of your achievements by linking to a resume, for example. So I want it to guide me to create the HTML for the About section. It should include my picture, a friendly introduction, and a link to my resume. So let's see what ChatGPT can do with this prompt. In the provided HTML code, I do see that the About section was updated with the requested content. Fantastic. I'll copy this new section and replace the section here in index.html with the new code. The About content contains an image element, and it looks like I need to update the source attribute here to display my image, which is located in the images folder, and it's named photo.jpg. So here in the source attribute, I'll change the path to images/photo.jpg. And I'll update the alt attribute to guilh's picture. And in the paragraphs below, I see a friendly introduction about me, as well as the placeholder link for my resume, which I'll leave as is for now. All right, let's keep going by asking ChatGPT to develop the HTML for our skills section. This area is where we might showcase our expertise and proficiency levels in specific topics. For now, we'll just list HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but you can update it to whatever you'd like. The prompt says, now let's code the HTML for my skills section. And as mentioned, we'll start with the skills HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and each skill should have a name and a description. And I also want to display a progress bar representing my proficiency in each skill. So let's see what magic ChatGPT can cook up with this prompt. All right, I get back some new HTML, and yes, it looks like the skills section was updated with the requested skills. So I'll copy just the skills section from the new code, then paste it in index.html over the existing skills section. So in our skills section, we have the skills HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Each has a short description about each skill, as well as a progress bar to give us a visual representation of each strength. And what's cool is that you'll be able to adjust the percentages by updating the width values in each of these style attributes. All right, let's keep it going by coding our footer. The footer is going to tie everything together and provide a space for additional links. With this prompt, I'm instructing ChatGPT to create the HTML for the page footer, and that it should contain copyright information and links to my LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram profiles. And to make the footer more interesting, I want to use icon fonts to display a social media icon for each link. I'll feed this prompt to ChatGPT, and let's see what we get. Good, we get the updated HTML for the page footer. And it looks like I first need to include the icon font library, which in this case is Font Awesome. So I'll copy this link element and add it to the head section of my page. Just like that. Then I'll grab the new footer code and add that to my page. The footer contains all the essential information I requested, providing links to LinkedIn, Twitter, and Instagram, and below the copyright information. Let's have a look at it in the browser, and good, we see the icon fonts being displayed for each link, which makes it easier for visitors to recognize the links. I'll update this to guilh, and moving on, it's time to add some style to our web page. Let's request CSS from ChatGPT using this prompt. So I wanted to design a simple modern CSS layout for my homepage. I want a responsive layout that adjusts to different screen sizes using CSS media queries. For the design, I prefer a black and white color scheme and sans serif fonts, and I give it specific instructions to make my picture smaller and rounded, and to add generous line height and visual space around the content so that it doesn't appear too cramped. So I'll feed this to ChatGPT and see what it returns. All right, I get back the new CSS, so I'll copy the code and paste it into styles.css. Fingers crossed, hopefully this looks good. All right, and look how our page has transformed. Not too bad. It provides a responsive design, which ensures a user-friendly experience, regardless of the device used. And the chosen color scheme and font give a modern, professional feel. And the skills section looks fantastic with the styled progress bars. With our site content elements in place, our page is taking shape. So now let's spend some time customizing the CSS. So first, I want to increase the font size of the titles or H2 elements for each of the sections and center them on the page. So in styles.css, I'll create a new rule that targets all the H2 elements. And here I'll increase their font size to 30 pixels and align them center with text align center. And that's looking better. Now I want to apply a generous margin between the heading and the content below it. I can do that with the margin bottom property and let's say 20 pixels. Okay, that's looking better. The next thing I want to do is add some space between the paragraphs, because notice how these two paragraphs are looking pretty cramped. And I also want to open up the space between the skills description and the progress bar. So back in the CSS, I'll select the paragraphs or p tags. And again, with the margin bottom property, increase the margins to 16 pixels. And that looks much better to me. Looking through the CSS, I see that the About section has a padding value of 40 pixels, and it seems like it doesn't need to be that big. So for now, I'll just go ahead and get rid of this padding property. And keeping with that change, it seems like the skills section also has a padding value of 40 pixels, which I don't think we need for now. So I'll also get rid of this skills rule here. But what I can do now is create some more space between each of the sections all at once in one CSS rule. Remember, the main sections are contained within these section elements. So I can target the sections with CSS and then set their top and bottom margin value to 30 pixels and the left and right margins to 0. And that applies consistent spacing across all the sections. Looking good. Another change I'll make in the header navigation is style the hover state of the links to give the user a visual indication that the link is being hovered. Remember, we can do that using the hover pseudo class as we've done in previous projects. So here in the CSS styles for the header links, I can follow a similar pattern used here to style the navigation links on hover with nav li hover. In fact, I can write it just like this without the li, and it will do the same thing. When a user hovers over a link, I want to display an underline linked. So I'll set the text decoration to underline. And there we go. Our hover state is all set. All right, now comes your big challenge for this project. And that is implementing the project slideshow. After you built the slideshow project, I mentioned to keep your project slideshow handy because you were going to use it on a larger project. And now is that time. I want you to add your project slideshow to the home page. First, you'll place the slideshow's HTML here in the project section. Then add the slideshow's CSS to the file slideshow.css and paste the JavaScript into script.js. I've also included some images you can use here in the images folder, but customize the code as needed to fit your slideshow. So take your time with this, and I'll catch you in the next scrim to go over it together. You've got this. All right, this was a pretty big challenge, so hopefully you were able to implement the project slideshow in your web page. I'll bring in my project slideshow by first pasting the HTML to my slideshow here in the project section. I'll replace this placeholder with my code. Notice how I've included the div with a class slider as well as the dot navigation. Next, I'll paste my slideshow CSS in slideshow.css and bring all of my slideshow's JavaScript into script.js. Hopefully you realize that you need to link your index.html file to slideshow.css, so let's do that. I'll copy one of these link elements in the head section of my page and update it so that it points to the file slideshow.css. Now we don't see our slideshow yet, and that's because we need to point to script.js here at the bottom of our HTML file. So just above the closing body tag, I'll add script tags with a source attribute that points to the file script.js. All right, and now the slideshow is displaying on the web page. Perfect. If you got this far into the challenge, outstanding. Now let's spend a little time customizing the slideshow's HTML and CSS so that it fits our web page better. Notice how the project titles are currently using H2 tags, but looking at the site structure, it appears that they would work better as third level or H3 headings. This would improve the overall hierarchy and accessibility of the page. So we'll switch the H2 tags to H3 tags. This small change does make a difference in our content structure. Let's have a look at the slideshow CSS. At the top, it's using the universal selector or the asterisk in CSS, which targets every element on the web page, and it's setting its margin and padding to 0. I don't think we need that in this file since styles.css is already handling some of this for us, so I'll remove the margin and padding properties from this rule. But I'll keep box sizing border box because the box sizing property controls how the width and height of elements get calculated. You see, by default, any extra padding or borders you add to an element will make it wider or taller than you might expect, and it can throw off your layout. So with box sizing set to border box, any padding or border given to an element automatically gets included in the element's dimensions. And it likely won't cause any strange or quirky behavior in your layouts, so I'll keep this in. Now, how about we round the borders of the slider using the border radius property here in the slider rule? 8 pixels sounds good to me. We don't quite see the border radius yet, but we'll make some adjustments later, which will make the slideshow appear much better on our page. And now that we've updated our project titles to H3 elements, let's style them.
Smash that like button, drop a comment down below, and subscribe to Pro Free Courses Comp now.
But since this CSS is specific to the slider, we don't want it to override any potential styles we write for the H3 in the styles.css file. So what we can do is select only the H3 elements that are in the div with the class slider with .slider, a space, followed by the H3 selector. And let's increase the font size of the project titles in the slider to 24 pixels. I am noticing a bit of an extra gap below the slideshow description displayed by the paragraph. It's a bit nitpicky, but we could remove the space by setting the margin of the p tag in the slider class to 0. So I'll say .slider p margin 0. And good, the space is gone, and I like how that looks. All right, we are almost to the finish line. Now let's add what are referred to as containers to our site for better content structure. Containers will help give our sections a more uniform and centered look across different devices. Containers are also common across all web projects for various reasons. We'll use them to control the layout of content on the page, particularly control the width, alignment, and positioning of our sections, because notice how they're currently looking too wide, stretching from one edge of the browser to the other. So we can control the widths and improve the overall design of the page with containers. And I'll have you implement the containers with a challenge, which I'll paste here in prompts.md. You'll interact with ChatGPT by asking it to provide the code for creating containers for your site's content. And I'll give you this prompt to help kick things off. So what you'll need to do is head over to ChatGPT and open a new chat, then provide it with this prompt. Now, ChatGPT doesn't really need to know the full context of your project. This HTML code snippet should be enough to give it the necessary information to provide you an example and CSS code snippet for adding containers around your project. So you'll need to add the suggested CSS to the project, and then update the HTML structure with containers for the projects, about, and skill sections only. So go ahead and pause me now, ask ChatGPT, and then add the new HTML and CSS to the project. All right, hopefully that went well. Now let's go over adding containers to the site together. I'll start by copying this prompt and pasting it into ChatGPT. You may have gotten a different output, but I see that I can create a container by defining the container class in my CSS and applying it to the appropriate section of my HTML code. First, I'll copy this container snippet and paste it into styles.css. Then it looks like I need to add the container class in the div with the class about content. So I'll scroll down to my about section, and here in the class attribute, add the class container and make sure that both classes are separated by a space, just like that. Looking at the container class, the max width property applies a maximum width to the container, and margin 0 auto center aligns the container horizontally, and then we're adding some padding for spacing. I think a max width value of 1200 pixels is too wide, so I'll set it to a smaller value like 750 pixels. And since we're applying 30 pixels of top and bottom margins to each section, we don't need to add padding for spacing. It's all being taken care of. I'll check out the About section in the browser, and notice that when I expand the browser, the content does not get any wider than 750 pixels. And I usually like to give containers a fluid width using a percentage value, and this will really help with narrow screen sizes and small devices. So now the container should keep the content at 90% the width of its parent, and I like how that looks. So let's move on and add containers to the skills section and our slideshow. So first, in the slider section, we can do something similar here in this class attribute by including the container class. And good. Notice how our slider is no longer taking up the full width of the page. It now has width constraints. So it doesn't get any wider than 750 pixels, but then it adjusts as needed when the browser resizes to a narrower size. Perfect. Finally, let's take care of the skills section. For this, we'll do something slightly different. Currently, within the skills section, there's no element that wraps all of the skills content. So we'll need to create that with a div. So inside the section, add a div and give it the class container, just like the other elements. And this container div is going to wrap all of the skills content. So just above the closing section tag, I'll add a closing div tag. Then make sure to indent the content.
Are you ready to unlock the power of programming? Welcome to Pro Free Courses Comp, the one-stop destination for all things coding. With us, you're not just learning, you're embarking on an exciting journey into the world of programming. Imagine having access to over 100 comprehensive courses from the world's top universities all at your fingertips. From Microsoft Office to Google Workspace, from Python to JavaScript, from React to Node.js, from beginner to advanced, it's all here and it's all free. This isn't just about learning to code, it's about mastering the language of the future. Joining Pro Free Courses Comp means becoming part of a community of learners, developers, and innovators. It means stepping into a world where learning never stops, where every line of code you write opens up a new universe of possibilities. So why wait? Subscribe now and take the first step towards coding your future. With Pro Free Courses Comp, you're not just learning to code, you're learning to create, innovate, and transform the world. Pro Free Courses Comp. Learn, code, your path to success.
And cite it. And good, wrapping the skills content within a container ensures that the content is horizontally centered, and now it's consistent with all the other sections. If you were able to add the containers to the web page and make it look similar to this, fantastic job. So finally, now that we have all of our containers in place, we can make the page more visually interesting. For example, let's make the About section stand out on the page by applying a background color that stretches from one side of the browser to the other. We'll do that in styles.css here in the About rule. First, I'll open up the space in the About element by applying 20 pixels of top and bottom padding, and then we'll give it a background color using the background color property. We'll set the background color to light gray using the value #ed. And great, that's exactly what I wanted. Notice how it adds a nice visual touch to the page and helps break up the content. And it looks like I have some extra unnecessary CSS for the About section down here in the media query. So I can delete this entire CSS rule since we're handling the padding for it in the base styles. All right, fantastic. Our personal homepage is now complete. It's quite amazing to see how working with an AI tool like ChatGPT can turn a concept into a functioning web page. Now, as a final challenge for you, I want you to make this web page yours. For example, update the content and images and add a custom color scheme. Remember, this is your personal web page, so spend some time customizing it so that it reflects more of who you are. And be sure to share your solution with the Scrimba community. In fact, you can click on this image right here to head over to the Today I Did Discord channel and share the link to your webpage. So again, outstanding job, and I'll see you back soon to build more cool projects. We're taking a significant step forward by introducing you to GitHub, where coders and builders store and share their projects. GitHub is like a library, but for code that can be either public or private. It serves as a platform for what we call version control, allowing you to save your work at different stages and even roll back to a previous stage if needed. And the best part is that it lets developers work together on the same project. So whether you're working alone or as a team, GitHub will be part of your building workflow. We're going to take the personal homepage project you've built and put it up on GitHub. Setting up a GitHub account is pretty straightforward. If you haven't already, go to github.com or click right on this image to go there. Click the sign up button in the top right, then enter your details and create a username for your account. Once you verify your email address, you're all set. All right, so first, to transfer your project from a Scrim to a GitHub repository, you'll need to download the code from the Scrim onto your computer, similar to how you did in the previous section of this course. Click on the gear icon in the bottom right corner of your Scrim, then click Download as Zip, and that's going to download a zip file to your computer. Unzip the file and you'll see your project files inside a folder. Now in the folder, you might see some new unfamiliar files like package.json and another named veetconfig.js. Go ahead and delete those files because you're not going to need them. And I also suggest renaming your project folder to help you keep track of it. And now you're ready to upload your project to GitHub. The GitHub interface is quite user-friendly with your repositories easily accessible from the home page. So now let's create a GitHub repository, often referred to as a repo. A repo is like a project folder where all the files related to a particular project are stored. To create a new repository, click on the New button in the top right, give your new repo a name like Personal Homepage, then give it an optional description. It's up to you whether to make it public or private, and when you download a Scrim, it includes a README file, so in this case, I won't initialize the repository with a README file. A readme.md file provides essential information about your project. It typically includes a brief description of the project and instructions on how to use or contribute to it. So I'll leave this unchecked, then click Create Repository to finalize my settings. After creating your new repository, GitHub takes you to its quick setup page, providing you instructions for adding files to your repository using various methods. The drag and drop feature is best suited for those just getting started with GitHub and for small projects like this one, so that's what we'll use. Click the link for uploading an existing file, then open the folder on your computer that contains your project files. Select all the files you want to upload to your repository, then drag those files and drop them onto the designated area that says drag files here to add them to your repository. Once the files are added, you'll see a preview of the new files below. Okay, after uploading your file, scroll down to the Commit Changes section. Here you can optionally add a brief description of the changes you made, for example, initial commit, then click Commit Changes, and this will commit the files to the repository on what's called the main branch. And from here, you might update your README file, for example, by clicking this Edit icon. Then you can set the main heading to My Personal Homepage with a short description below, and remove certain parts not specific to this project. And then commit the latest changes to the README file. And then from here, if you make changes to your project and want to update the version on GitHub to ensure your repo is updated with the most recent version of your project, simply click on the repo's Add Files button and choose Upload Files. And just like earlier, you can drag and drop the updated files here, and GitHub will recognize these as changes to existing files and update them accordingly. And there you have it, your files up on GitHub. Now, keep in mind that what we've just gone through is the simplest way to use GitHub. In real-world projects, developers often use Git, a command line tool, for more granular control over versioning and collaboration. But you don't need to really worry about that right now. However, there are various courses and lessons on Scrimba that you can review to learn more about working with GitHub. For example, this section here on setting up a local dev environment and working with GitHub is a good place to start. Click on this image if you're curious about it and want to learn more. But for now, congrats! You've successfully pushed your first project to GitHub. We're going to blend technology and lifestyle to build a smart home mobile interface that allows users to control various aspects of their smart home, such as lighting, temperature, and even their favorite tunes. And we'll do our best to give it a sleek and modern aesthetic touch. And naturally, ChatGPT will help us throughout this journey. So let's jump right in. This time, we'll use several prompts to describe specific elements and functionalities we want in our interface. Instead of overwhelming ChatGPT with a single complex request, we'll ask it to help us incrementally. Hopefully, that will make problem solving easier by breaking down complex tasks into manageable chunks. And as builders, this approach allows us to clarify, iterate, and get more precise responses with each step. So I'll kick things off with this prompt. I'm letting ChatGPT know that it's building a smart home mobile interface using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and that the interface should allow users to control various aspects of their smart home, such as lighting, temperature, and music preferences. To start, I only want it to create the HTML structure for the smart home interface. I'd like it to include a header with the title and 3 main sections for lighting, temperature, and music, and that each section should include buttons to control lighting, temperature, and music based on user preferences. So let's see how ChatGPT tackles this task. All right, it looks like ChatGPT has given us some pretty fantastic HTML to work with. Now I'll start implementing the provided code by copying this code and pasting it into index.html. In the HTML, there's a header element containing the title, and below a main element which holds 3 sections. One for the lighting control, another for the temperature control, and a 3rd section for the music control. Good. Next, to enhance the interface design and make it more intuitive, I want to use icon fonts to display light, temperature, and music icons next to each section heading and for the corresponding buttons. I'll ask ChatGPT to provide those using this prompt. I'm saying, hey, ChatGPT, use icon fonts to display light, temperature, and music icons next to each section heading and for the corresponding buttons. So I'll feed this prompt to ChatGPT and let's see what we get. It looks like it first provides a link to the Font Awesome library, so I'll copy it, then paste it in the head section of index.html, right here. And then below it says that I need to modify the section headings and the buttons in the main section to include the icons. So I'll copy this entire main snippet, then replace my main element with the new code. Okay, let's have a look. And great, now we see the icons display next to each heading as well as in the button controls. Now, I think it's best to remove any unnecessary or redundant text in the user interface. For example, the word control in lighting control, as well as the temperature and music control sections. Also the word temperature in the increase and decrease buttons. And I'll update the music control buttons to display only the text play, pause, and next. And overall, I think this looks much cleaner. Okay, with the HTML and icon fonts in place, let's apply CSS styles to the page. With this 3rd prompt, I'll ask ChatGPT to apply CSS styles to achieve a mobile-friendly layout with a dark and sleek design. And then to use soft gradients, shadows, and the provided colors here for the backgrounds, buttons, and other elements. Hopefully ChatGPT can create an aesthetically pleasing design with the colors I provided. So I'll feed this prompt to ChatGPT, and I get back the CSS, which I'll copy and paste into styles.css. Awesome, I think ChatGPT did a pretty good job on the first try. So it seems like the smart home interface is really starting to take shape. But there are a few minor adjustments we can make to improve the layout, and I want you to work on those with a CSS challenge. I'd like you to work on UI adjustments by first center aligning the content inside each section and adding more space around the content so that it looks more like this. I'd also like you to adjust the space between the buttons. Notice how there's no space between the buttons when they each appear on their own line. So you'll need to fix this in the challenge. So pause me now, work through these steps, and I'll catch you soon to go over it together. All right, hopefully that wasn't too bad. First, I'll center align the content inside each section using the text align property here in the section rule and setting it to the value center. And to add more spacing around the content in each section, I'll increase the padding value. Currently it's 15 pixels, but I'll set it to a larger value such as 20 pixels. Next, to adjust the space between the buttons, I'll update the margin property here in the button rule. Currently, there's only a 10 pixel margin applied to the right side of each button, but I like to apply a margin on all 4 sides of the button to prevent them from looking like this when each button is on its own line. So what I'll do is replace margin right with the margin shorthand, then apply a 5 pixel margin to all 4 sides of the button. And that creates the spacing I'm looking for between the buttons. Much better. Now, this media query at the bottom applies styles to the main, section, and button elements only when the browser or device is 600 pixels or narrower. I'll keep the main rule here, but I'm good with the base padding of 20 pixels applied to each section and the base margins we just set to space out the buttons. So I'll remove these 2 CSS rules from the media query. If you got the control sections in your interface to look close to this, nice work. Next up, I'd like to enhance the lighting control by implementing a toggle switch instead of a button. This will give our interface a more seamless and intuitive control mechanism. So I'll use this 4th prompt to ask ChatGPT to update the HTML and CSS to implement a toggle switch for the lighting control instead of a button, and I want it to keep the switch color consistent with the rest of the interface. So I'll pass the prompt on to ChatGPT, and I see it suggests that I replace the lighting control button with this label element. So I'll copy this snippet and make the changes in my lighting control section. In this case, this label element is being used to create a custom toggle switch using a checkbox. An input element with a type of checkbox means it will display as a checkbox, as you can see here in the lighting control section. With the provided CSS, we can make the checkbox and this span element with the class slider look like a toggle switch. So here we have new CSS that selects the class switch, as well as the input element and the span with the class slider. So I'll copy this code snippet and add it to styles.css, just above the media query. All right, perfect. This creates the desired appearance of a toggle switch. And notice how the toggle animation smoothly transitions the background and the position of the toggle circle. I see that's being done with this CSS here, which applies CSS to the toggle switch slider only when a user clicks on it or when the checkbox is in a checked state. It updates the background color and transforms its position using this special CSS translate X function. This is what actually makes it move 26 pixels on the X axis, or from left to right. So as you can see, CSS is pretty awesome to be able to create effects like this right in your browser. Now it does look like we need to make the toggle switch wider for users. Here in the switch class, I see that the width is currently set to 60 pixels. So let's try making it twice as wide by updating the width value to 120 pixels. And that looks really good. Now we need to adjust the position of the slider circle when toggled on. Again, that's being controlled here with the translate function. It's set to 26 pixels, so let's try doubling the value to 52 pixels. And that doesn't quite work. We need to increase it by a little bit more, let's say 70 pixels. We're almost there. I'll try the value 85 pixels, and yes, that looks perfect. All right, so when the lights are toggled on, the toggle switch's background should match the bright pink background of the buttons when hovered to better indicate an on state. That's a quick change. What I'll do is swap the background color of this slider class with the background color of the input or toggle switch when it's checked. So I'll just cut this background color property out of this rule, then paste it in the slider rule. and bring the initial background color property down to the input checked rule. And that should do it. Okay, so when the lights are off, the background color of the toggle switch matches the purple of the buttons. And then when we turn the lights on, it switches to the bright pink. Perfect. Next up, I'd like to enhance the interactivity by adding a subtle glow effect behind a pressed or clicked button to provide visual feedback to the user. I'm not feeling the bright orange background color that's applied to a button when clicked. And I want you to work on that with this challenge. You're going to write your very own short prompt for ChatGPT to provide the CSS for adding a soft glow effect behind a pressed or clicked button. In the prompt, I also recommend providing ChatGPT with the CSS for your buttons so that it can more closely match its aesthetics. So pause me now, write your prompt here, and I'll meet you back soon to go over it together. Hey, how'd it go? Hopefully you were able to write a prompt that successfully created the glow effect for pressed or clicked buttons. I'll add my prompt here, which says, add a soft glow effect behind a pressed or clicked button. Remember, I suggested providing ChatGPT with the CSS for your buttons. So I'll say, here is the CSS for my buttons, then paste the base styles for the button as well as the hover state styles. And I'll follow this up by saying that the glow should match the bright pink background of a hovered button. ChatGPT is pretty smart, so it should be able to figure it out. I'll copy and paste this into ChatGPT, and let's see. It says that to add a soft glow effect behind a pressed or clicked button, I can modify the CSS as follows. It seems like the only thing I need to do is copy this box shadow property and add it to my button active CSS rule. I'll test it out by clicking one of the buttons, such as increase, and cool, I do see a soft pink glow behind the button. Although I'd like to make it stand out more, so I'll adjust this alpha transparency value to 80% by switching it to 0.8, and that does look a little bit better. Now, I do want to remove this orange background color when a button is clicked or pressed, which is called the active state, so I can do that by removing this background color property. Also, to remove the default browser outline for a button in its active state, we can use the outline property and set it to the value none. Now, keep in mind that when removing the default outline for active buttons, you should ensure there's some other clear visual indication when the button is clicked, especially for accessibility reasons. Now, we've added the background glow effect, so I think it's safe to remove it. And perfect! The soft glow behind the buttons when clicked adds a nice visual touch to the interface. Next, let's tackle temperature control here in the temperature section. We'll update the code to display the temperature above the buttons, initially at a comfortable 78 degrees Fahrenheit, allowing users to increase or decrease it by clicking the corresponding buttons. This time I'll say, hey ChatGPT, please update the necessary code to display the temperature at 78 degrees Fahrenheit initially, and to allow users to increase or decrease the temperature by clicking the corresponding buttons, and I want it to style the temperature display accordingly with CSS. So here you go, ChatGPT, do your thing. So I get back some HTML for updating the temperature control section. It looks like I need to add this div with the class temperature display. So I'll copy that and paste it just above my temperature control buttons. I'll copy the CSS code to style the temperature display and add it to style.css. And we get the JavaScript for the temperature control functionality. I'll copy the code and paste it in script.js. So here it's getting the temperature display element, then setting the initial temperature value to 78 as requested. It looks like this function updates the temperature display, and this event handler increases the temperature when the increase button is clicked, and this one decreases the temperature value when the decrease button is clicked. And then it's calling the update temperature display function here to initialize the temperature display on the page. Let's test it out. All right, there's our temperature initially set to 78 degrees Fahrenheit. I'll click increase and good. Each time I click it, the temperature increases by 1, and when I click decrease, the temperature decreases by 1. The only thing I want to do is adjust the spacing around the temperature display, and I can do that with margins. Here in the temperature display rule, I see that there's only a top margin of 10 pixels But I can update this by changing it to margin 10 pixels top and bottom, and then 0 pixels left and right, and that should do it. Yep. Finally, let's work on the music control section by implementing the play, pause, stop, and next button functionality. Now, we're not going to actually play music, but we can simulate play music by displaying a random song name when the play button is clicked, then clearing the song name when a stop button is clicked, and clicking the next button will change the song to another random song. As usual, I'll ask ChatGPT to provide the code for me with this prompt. I'm asking it to update the code to implement the music control section with play, pause, stop, and next button functionality. It should display a random funny song name when the play button is clicked, and to make sure that the song changes when a user clicks the next button. And it should style the song text with CSS. I'll copy and paste this into ChatGPT, and I get back the updated HTML code for the music control section. It looks like I need to add this div with a class song name, then replace the play button and the stop button. So I'll just go ahead and copy these elements here and make the necessary updates in the music control section. There we go. I see the song name and then the play, stop, and next buttons. Now for the CSS, I'll copy this new CSS code to style the div with the class song name and paste it into style.css. The text is slightly larger, but it looks like I need to add similar spacing around the song text. So just like with the temperature display, I'll change margin top to margin 10 pixels top and bottom, 0 pixels left and right. All right, that looks good. And now the JavaScript. I have new JavaScript code to handle the music control and random song names. So I'll copy this JavaScript snippet and add it to script.js at the very top. Let's say below the temperature variable. This line gets the song name display element, and here we have our list of funny song names stored as string inside the funny song names array. We have an isPlaying variable initialized to false, and looks like it's tracking the current song index, which is set to 0 initially. And this event listener here handles the play pause button when clicked. If it's clicked while the song is playing, it changes the play button to display pause. Otherwise, it changes the button to display play. This event listener handles the stop button, and then this one handles the next button by displaying a random song name. And it seems like this function here is what's used to get a random song name. All right, let's test it out. In the music control section, I'll click
Smash
the
that
play
like button,
and
drop a comment
I see
down
that the
below,
button text
and subscribe to
icons
Pro
switches
Free
to
Courses
pause,
Comp
and
now.
I see a random song name, Funky Chicken Dance. Nice. When I click the stop button, the song resets and the pause button switches back to play, and clicking play displays another random song name, and then clicking the next button switches the song names. So it looks like the JavaScript functionality works perfectly, so there isn't much work or customization left for us. Except for giving our smart home app a cooler name, of course. I'm not quite feeling the name Smart Home Control. In fact, I'll even ask ChatGPT for some name suggestions using this prompt. Help me name this smart home interface project by suggesting clever product names. So let's see what names we get back. All right, here I see names such as Home Harmony, Domus Dash, Eco Ease, Casa Conductor, and a few others. Out of these, I'm liking the name Home Harmony, so I'll choose that one. I'll update the title here to Home Harmony. And there we have it. All right, so that wraps up building our smart home mobile interface with the help of ChatGPT. And as usual, I want you to customize this project and make it truly your own. Experiment with different colors and add additional features or sections like security, water sprinkling, or appliance controls, for example. You can use the existing code and ChatGPT to help guide you through it. You might even try to rebuild the smart home interface all on your own using similar prompts. And be sure to share your solution in the Scrimba Discord's Today I Did channel. So be super proud of all you've built so far, and let's keep moving. We are taking our smart home mobile interface project to the next level by learning how to transform it into a truly mobile-friendly app that users can install on their devices and conveniently launch from their home screen. There are various ways we can achieve this, but as usual, I'll turn to ChatGPT for some guidance on how to do this using this prompt. I'm asking it to guide me through the necessary steps to make the smart home interface more mobile friendly by allowing users to add it to their device's home screen for easy access. I'm just picking up where the chat left off during the development of the smart home interface project. So I'll paste the prompt here and let's see what ChatGPT suggests. It looks like ChatGPT provided some insightful instructions. It says that we can achieve this by creating what's called a progressive web app, or PWA. In short, a progressive web app is a web application that can deliver an app-like experience to users by adding or installing it on the user's device without needing to go through an app store. We're going to create a simple version of a progressive web app. Then below is a step-by-step guide on how to make the smart home interface mobile-friendly and installable. The first step is to ensure mobile responsiveness. We built our interface to adapt and look good on various screen sizes and orientations. In fact, this meta tag included in the head of the page makes sure that the layout scales to fit the size of the device it's viewed on. So we're all set there. Then it mentions that we need to add something called a web app manifest. That sounds intense. The purpose of this file is to include essential information about the app and how it should appear and work on a user's device. And ChatGPT gives us all the code we need to create it. So I'll create a new file in my project and name it manifest.json. Then copy the provided code and paste it in my new file. This code you see here is called JSON, which stands for JavaScript Object Notation. And you might realize that it's very similar to JavaScript objects in terms of structure and syntax. Both JSON and JavaScript objects share similar key-value pair structures. This JSON code holds various properties to define essential details like the app's name, the start URL where it should open, the display mode to determine how it appears on the device, and the icons to display on the home screen. So first, I'll update the name and short name values to the name of my app, which is called Home Harmony. Now, when a user decides to add your app to their home screen, the device needs an icon to represent your app. So the icons array lists the images that will appear on the home screen to help users recognize our app at a glance. And you'll often have a list of various icon sizes and formats, ensuring the icon looks crisp and clear on different devices. In this case, we only have two listed. One icon is 192 by 192 pixels, which is a common size for many Android devices. And the other is 512 by 512 pixels, which can be used for larger displays or higher resolution screens. You don't need to worry about creating the icons because I've provided the two icons as PNG files in the icons folder. This is what the home screen icon looks like. I used a design tool called Figma to create it, if you're curious. So now I just need to update the source values to point to my images. I'll update the first one to icons/icon-192 by 192, and the second source to icons/icon-512 by 512. In the web app manifest file, the start URL property specifies the URL where the app should start or open. I'll set the value to a /, which typically represents the root or homepage of the app. And the display property determines how the app should be displayed on a user's device. Setting the value to standalone makes it appear and function like a standalone app without the browser's typical UI elements like the address bar or UI buttons, which provides a more immersive and app-like experience. The background color property defines a placeholder background color for the app to display immediately before the style sheet loads. In this case, it's already set to the same dark purple color as the body background. Good. Now, the theme color property sets the default theme color for various UI elements in the app, like the title bar or toolbar. Let's set it to the lighter shade of purple used in the background gradients for each section. And that should be it for the manifest. This file plays a significant role in giving our app the mobile app capabilities. You can think of it as a blueprint that tells the device how our mobile app should behave and appear. And ChatGPT reminds us that we need to link our HTML file to the manifest using this link tag, so I'll copy it and paste it inside the head element. This is what will let the browser know that the web app can be installed and displayed like a mobile app. ChatGPT also suggests some optional steps that we're not going to worry about for this project, but you should test your app on various mobile devices and browsers to ensure that it looks and behaves as expected. All right, so here comes the part we've been waiting for. To install the app on your device and launch it from a user's home screen, you'll first need to deploy it or put it live on the web using a tool like Netlify, just like you learned in the previous section of this course. If you need a refresher on how to do that, click on this image to review the scrim on deploying and sharing your projects. Once your project is live on the web, visit the live link on your phone or tablet, for example. Most mobile browsers offer a manual way to add your web application to the device's home screen. For example, in Safari on iOS, you add your web app to your home screen by tapping the Share button at the bottom of the browser, then select Add to Home Screen. Here you can see the home screen icon, and you're able to customize the name if desired. Then tap Add, and that should add the app's name and icon to your home screen. And clicking on the icon launches the app. Notice the purple colored toolbar at the top, which we set with the theme color property here in the manifest file. And now you can start interacting with the smart home interface on your device. So congrats, this was a huge step in your building journey. You've successfully transformed your web app into a mobile app experience. So give yourself a round of applause and be sure to share the link to your deployed project with friends and colleagues to show off what you've built. This is a big step because now you are going to build a Chrome extension. What is that? Well, a Chrome extension is a small piece of software that enhances the browsing experience within the Chrome browser. It often helps users be more efficient by tailoring Chrome's functionality toward individual needs and preferences. These extensions range from simple tools like ad blockers, note-taking, and password managers to more complex applications such as productivity boosters and project management. If you visit the Chrome Web Store, you can check out all the different types of Chrome extensions. Now, building a Chrome extension might sound a little intimidating, but worry not, we're going to demystify the process together step by step with ChatGPT. Before we dive in, let's review what we're building. Snapstash is a shopping wish list Chrome extension. This extension will let users save the URL of their current browser tab to a shopping wish list. The shopping list will display the saved items according to various categories such as pets, books, electronics, and more. And the best part is that the saved items persist even after closing or refreshing the browser. And we'll use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to build it. Once again, we're building our extension incrementally by breaking down our tasks into several AI prompts. And here is our first prompt. It's designed to give ChatGPT an overview of what we're trying to build. A shopping list Chrome extension that uses HTML, CSS, and JavaScript that should let users save the URL of the current browser tab. And when a user opens the Chrome extension on a page with an item they like, they should be able to select a category and then click a Save button to add the tab's URL to a list displayed below. And the list should display each item's link next to the selected category. In this case, the categories to select should be books, clothes, shoes, electronics, pets, and health. So first, I want it to suggest a step-by-step guide to help me get started. So let's see what ChatGPT can do with this prompt. Okay, it instructs us to create various files, manifest.json, popup.html, popup.js, and popup.css. Chrome extensions use the popup naming convention for their file names, and I've already set those up here in the scrim. So let's start with the code for the manifest file. I'll copy it and paste it into manifest.json. Manifest.json is at the heart of all Chrome extensions. It defines the important properties of your extension, just like the manifest file we work with to turn web apps into mobile-friendly apps. So first, I'll set the name property to the extension's name, Snapstash. Now in this manifest, we have properties different from those we worked with on a previous project. For example, we have a property for requesting and setting permissions. In this case, the extension will have permission to interact with the currently active browser tab. And the actions property sets certain browser actions like the default file to load and pop up when the user clicks to launch the extension. In this case, it's popup.html. It also sets the default icon that should appear in the Chrome toolbar. It looks like we have 3 icon sizes listed here. Now for this project, I'll only use the largest icon, which is 128 by 128. So I'll delete the other 2. And I've already included the icon here in the images folder. This is what it should look like. ChatGPT gives us the basic setup here for popup.html. So I'll copy the code and replace everything in my HTML with the new code. The HTML defines the heading, category selection, the save button, and the item list. I'll make a quick change by updating the heading to the extension name, Snapstash. And I'd also like to make a change to the select element, displaying all the categories as option elements. Instead of displaying the text select a category here as a label, I'd like this text to display by default as the first option of the select menu. So how about you work on that? So pause me now and take a moment to set the default select option to select a category. All right, hopefully you got that. What I'll do is remove this label element entirely. Then inside the select element at the very top, I'll add an option element. I'll set its value attribute to an empty set of quotes. And within that, the text select a category. And you'll often see these default options displayed with 2 dashes before and after the text, like that. So if you were able to create this option, nice work. In the mini browser, we can see a preview of what it's looking like so far. And next, we'll apply some initial styles to the pop-up using this CSS. I'll copy the CSS code and paste it into popup.css. Now, while I'm here, I'll quickly update the CSS by making the body of the pop-up slightly wider. I'll change the width value to 300 pixels. Finally, let's add the JavaScript to popup.js. So this JavaScript contains event listeners and actions that are typically used in the context of Chrome browser extensions. This event listener ensures that the JavaScript will not run until the HTML is fully loaded. Then it's getting the 3 elements from popup.html and assigning them to variables. And with this code, when the user selects a category for the item and clicks the Save button, it first gets the selected category, like books, clothes, and shoes. And then this code here, chrome.tabs.query, is a special method provided by Chrome that's specific to Chrome extensions. It's what lets you manipulate and interact with the currently active tab in the browser. In this case, it creates the HTML list item with the link and text to display in the item list. All right, so it looks like we have all the main components of our extension in place. The next step is to load the extension in Chrome and test it. First, you'll need to make sure that you download the code from your Scrim onto your computer, exactly as you've done in previous projects. After that, open your Chrome browser and go to the URL chrome://extensions. It should look like this, and once you're there, be sure to enable developer mode by toggling the switch at the top right corner. Then click the Load Unpack button and select the folder on your computer containing the project files. And make sure that the extension itself is enabled. Now in your Chrome toolbar, click the extensions icon in the top right, and you should see your new extension icon in the list. There it is, Snapstash. Click on it and the pop-up should appear. From here, you can visit a page with an item you like or wish to purchase. Select a category, click Save Item, and a link with the selected category will be added to the list. And it looks like that worked. Awesome. So it looks like this is a pretty solid foundation to build from. And there are many improvements and enhancements we can make, like displaying the item's name instead of only the category, also saving items permanently, and removing items. We'll do just that and more when we continue working on the Chrome extension in the next Scrim. Okay, we have our Chrome extension's basic structure and styles in place and tested that it works. Now let's build the rest of the extension. First up, I don't like how users only see the category name when they save an item to the list. So let's update the extension by not only displaying the item name and category, but also showing a preview of the item name before users select a category and save it. And I want the content in the item list to persist even after the user refreshes or closes their browser. That way they never lose their shopping list. With each prompt, we can essentially add a new layer to our Chrome extension. So here in our second prompt, we're letting ChatGPT know that the user should see a preview of the item name before selecting a category and saving it, and that both the preview text and item links should display an item's name by accessing the current tab's title element, which on most shopping sites is the name of the product. That title text is often quite long, so I want to truncate the item name to 50 characters max. And the saved items should display after closing or refreshing the browser. This might involve permission updates in the manifest, so I'm instructing ChatGPT to update the manifest file as needed, and as always, add detailed comments explaining the JavaScript. Let's try this prompt out. ChatGPT says that I need to update the manifest file to include new permissions and a background script to store and manage the saved items. So I'll update the permissions property in my manifest and add the new background property. The new storage permission grants the extension access to Chrome's special service for storing and retrieving data, like our shopping list. And this new background property sets up a helpful script called a service worker, which runs in the background and can do a lot of smart stuff like listen for various browser events and even handle tasks like permanently saving our items in the browser storage so the user never loses them. In fact, ChatGPT even provides the code to this new background.js file. So I'll need to create a new file in my project named background.js and paste this new code into it. So this is the short script that's going to manage the storage of saved items. Background.js will run in the background independently of the pages you're viewing, and its purpose is to remember the items in the shopping list even when the browser is closed or if multiple windows of the extension are opened. Alright, next, to preview the shopping items, we need to update popup.html to include this div with the ID item preview. I'll add it just below the popup's title. And it looks like we need to make a pretty big update to the JavaScript logic in popup.js, so I'll copy the code and replace everything that's currently in popup.js with the new code. So this block of code is what updates the item preview based on the current tab's title by accessing the page's title. And this is where the text length is being truncated to 50 characters. Then the item preview text is being set here. And it looks like the save button functionality was updated to save the selected item to storage. Chrome.storage.sync.get and chromestorage.sync.set are special methods provided by Chrome to access its service for storing and retrieving data. So here it's saving the item to storage, and here it's updating the shopping list with the truncated item name. Then this block of code loads and displays all saved items from Chrome storage. Alright, good. So it looks like the JavaScript is going to provide the functionality we need. Now, from our initial test earlier, it looks like the extension is not displaying the proper icon on the extensions page. So I want you to troubleshoot this with the help of ChatGPT. So pause me and take a moment to interact with ChatGPT and ask it to help you display a 128 by 128 icon for your Chrome extension on the extensions page. All right, hopefully ChatGPT was able to help you out. I'll just let ChatGPT know that I built a Chrome extension and that it's not displaying the 128 by 128 icon I created for it on the extensions page. And it says that I need to check my manifest file and ensure that I've correctly specified the path to the 128 by 128 icon using this icons property. Okay, I don't see that property in my manifest, so let me add it. I'll include it just below the action property. Okay, it looks like we're ready to test the latest changes. Now, we can't run and test our updates here in the Scrim. So make sure the project folder on your computer has all the latest updates. Then head back over to the Chrome extensions URL and click the refresh or reload button here in the extension. And that will load all the latest file updates for the extension. I immediately see the extensions icon. That's a great sign. And if I visit a products page, I see the truncated preview of the item's name at the top. Good. I'll test selecting a category and save the item to the list, which displays the item name next to its category. And now the saved items will remain intact across browsing sessions, multiple windows, and even after closing and reopening the browser. Perfect. Moving forward, let's give users more control over their item list by letting them delete items. I'll ask ChatGPT to allow users to delete items from the shopping list permanently, and that each delete button should display a delete icon using an icon font. Okay, first I need to include the Font Awesome library CSS to display the delete icon in my popup.html file. There we go. And then I need to modify the code in popup.js. It looks like I have to update this entire block of code that loads and displays saved items from storage, because now it includes the code to create delete buttons next to each item list and run the delete functionality when a user clicks delete. So I'll copy this full code block, then replace this block here with all the new code. And below this code block, I need to include this new delete item function, which holds the logic to permanently delete a saved item from storage. So I'll grab this code snippet and add it here in popup.js. And I even get new CSS to lay out the item container using Flexbox and style the delete button. So I'll copy the new CSS and add it to popup.css. And here I'll make some updates to the button's color. I'll change the background color to a light gray and the color to a shade of black with the value #999. I also want to add a small gap between the item name and delete button in each item container. So here in the item container rule, I'll set the gap property to 10 pixels. Before testing the extension again, I'll update the color of the extension's name to a dark shade of blue here in the H1 property, like so. I'll also select the item links and style them with a different color. Let's set it to a bright shade of blue with this value, and increase the line height to 1.5 so that the text doesn't look too cramped. I also want to add some base styles for the select menu and buttons. First, I'll select the button element and set its background color. Let's make it blue with this value. I'll remove the button's default borders by setting the border property to none, its text color to white, make its font weight bold, and set the user's cursor to the pointer when they interact with the button. Now I'll target both the select element and the button in the same CSS rule, just like that. And here I'll apply some padding, let's say 5 pixels top and bottom and 10 pixels left and right, and apply rounded corners with the border radius property. I'll set it to 4 pixels. And I'll also delete this group selector for the label, select, and button because I don't want to display them as block or on separate lines, and the bottom margin will not be necessary. Okay, to test all the latest updates, make sure the project folder on your computer is up to date. Then in the Chrome extensions page, click the reload icon, visit a project page, and launch the extension. With these changes, each item in the shopping list should have a delete button next to it displaying a trash can icon, and they do, awesome! When a user clicks the delete button, the corresponding item gets removed both from the UI and from storage. Great. The last feature I'd like to implement is to organize all saved items based on their category. This would allow users to find items in their list easily. So I'll ask ChatGPT to display the saved item links as separate lists based on their category. And to be sure that I don't miss anything, I want it to provide the fully updated code with detailed comments. So let's see what ChatGPT can do with this prompt. The code in the manifest, background.js, and popup.html file should be the same, no changes necessary. I do see a new CSS snippet to style a category list, so I'll add this category list rule to popup.css. And there's a good bit of new JavaScript code to implement our requested updates, so I'll replace everything in my popup.js file with this new code from ChatGPT, just to be sure that I don't miss anything. It looks like this new block of JavaScript adds and saves an item to a specific list based on its category. And here it uses what's called a loop in programming to create and display a separate heading and list for each category. And please do take a moment to ask ChatGPT to clarify.
Are you ready to unlock the power of programming? Welcome to Pro Free Courses Comp, the one-stop destination for all things coding. With us, you're not just learning. You're embarking on an exciting journey into the world of programming. Imagine having access to over 100 comprehensive courses from the world's top universities all at your fingertips. From Microsoft Office to Google Workspace, from Python to JavaScript, from React to Node.js, from beginner to advanced, it's all here and it's all free. This isn't just about learning to code, it's about mastering the language of the future. Joining Pro Free Courses Comp means becoming part of a community of learners, developers, and innovators. It means stepping into a world where learning never stops, where every line of code you write opens up a new universe of possibilities. So why wait? Subscribe now and take the first step towards coding your future. With Pro Free Courses Comp, you're not just learning to code, you're learning to create, innovate, and transform the world. Pro Free Courses Comp. Learn, code, your path to success.
Any confusing code or concepts you've come across, I really want you to get used to leaning on ChatGPT for help. Before testing the latest changes, I have some JavaScript challenges for you. Currently in the item preview text, we see the word item in front of the name. I think this is a bit unnecessary. So I'd like you to look through the JavaScript code and find the code that generates the preview text and update it to remove the word item. Also, the preview text should be cleared immediately after adding the item to its category list. So I'll need you to update the JavaScript to clear the item preview after the user clicks the save button. So pause me now and work through these. All right, hopefully that went well. First, this code here is what displays the item preview text. I do see the word item here. I just want to set the text content to the truncated title, so I'll replace this by only referencing the value of truncated title, like that. Next, this event listener saves items to a category list when the user clicks the Save button. So I can clear the item preview text here with item preview.text content and set it equal to an empty string. So if you got both of these, fantastic. Finally, let's wrap this up by customizing the layout of the Chrome extension. First, I'll select the main heading and the category heading all in the same rule and set their color to this color value here that's in the H1 rule to apply the same color to both. And I also want to close up any extra default space that appears below the category headings by setting the bottom margin of H2 elements to 0. So now I want to enhance the select menu and button layout. So I'll start by placing them inside a div with the class controls. Just like that. And then I'll target the controls class in my CSS. And I want to display the controls div using flexbox with display flex. That way both the select element and button display on the same line. I'll add a 10 pixel gap between them and create some visual space around the top and bottom sides with margins. So first, margin top, let's say 15 pixels, and I'll set margin bottom to 20 pixels. And since we're using Flexbox, I want the select menu to stretch and take up all available space within the controls container. So I'll target the select element and use a special Flexbox property called Flex and set it to 1. You'll see exactly how this works when we test the extension soon. And finally, I want to update the background color of the Save button on hover. The button element is inside the div with the class controls. So I can target just this button with .controls, space button, and then :hover. So on hover, we'll change the background color to a lighter shade of blue. All right, it's time to test our updates. So again, be sure the project folder on your computer has all the latest files, then click the extensions reload button and visit a product page. The updated select menu and button layout looks great. Notice how the select menu stretches to take up most of the available space. And I see the preview text with the item name only, and selecting a category, then clicking save, places the item in a category list. And notice how the preview text gets cleared after saving an item. Great. So it looks like we're done. And let's not underestimate the scale of what we've accomplished here. You didn't just build a Chrome extension, you created something that uses data persistence, essentially setting up
Smash
a
that like
database
button,
within the
drop a
browser
comment
to
down
store
below,
storage.
and subscribe
That
to
is
Pro Free
just
Courses
wild.
Comp now.
Let's take a moment to walk through how to automate your project deployments with GitHub and Netlify. This is an integral part of building and deploying projects, and it's much simpler than it might initially seem. As you know, GitHub is your platform for version control and source code management, and Netlify allows you to host and deploy your projects. Now that you have some projects up on GitHub and your Netlify account is set up, I'll teach you how to combine them to automate your deployment process using the personal homepage project we built earlier in this section. I've got my GitHub repo all set up, and here we go. To start, head over to netlify.com, and if you're not logged in, go ahead and log in using your GitHub account. Once you're on Netlify's main dashboard, go to the Site section and click Add New Site and select Import an Existing Project. Then Netlify asks which platform you want to deploy with. Click on Deploy with GitHub. Having authorized Netlify to access your GitHub repositories, you'll be presented with a list of all your repositories, and you can select the one you want to deploy. If you don't immediately see it in the list, you can search for it using this field. Click on the repository, and then you'll be asked to set your deployment settings. This includes specifying the branch to deploy, which is usually main, as well as any build commands and the publish directory. Now, these build settings are for more complex sites and apps that require something called a build tool and a special publish directory. We don't need to worry about any of these settings for the simple personal homepage. So we can leave all of these optional fields blank, then click Deploy Personal Homepage toward the bottom, and Netlify kicks off the process of deploying the site. It will upload your files and give you a unique URL to your live site. With this process, Netlify doesn't just deploy your project once. It's always on the lookout for any changes you make in your GitHub repository. From here on, anytime you update your repository with changes to your project, Netlify will automatically update your live site. This way, you can be sure your live site always reflects the latest version of the code in your GitHub repo. All right, and that's all there is to automating the deployment process with GitHub and Netlify. You'll surely find it to be a valuable tool in your building and deployment workflow. We've reached the end of this section, and let me tell you, you should be incredibly proud of your journey so far. You've conquered more complex projects and challenges while further embracing the power of generative AI. We've accomplished quite a bit together, from building an interactive project slideshow to bringing the face bump game to life and building and launching your very own homepage. And we had a ton of fun creating a mobile-friendly smart home interface and even a Chrome extension. So take a moment to pat yourself on the back, reflect on what you've built and learned so far, and maybe even take a short break. You've earned it. Now, there's a lot more to explore in the world of AI coding. As mentioned in the previous section, I'll continue adding more sections to this course featuring new, more complex projects. And I would love it if you'd share your thoughts, feedback, and suggestions about this course and any ideas for projects you'd like to build in future sections. Clicking on this image will take you directly to the short feedback form. So I'll see you back soon, and I look forward to hearing from you and checking out your projects. Happy building! Hey again, awesome builders. So we've been on a pretty incredible journey exploring building projects with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, all with a touch of AI assistance. And now, in this section, we're stepping into the fascinating world of Firebase, a tool powered by Google to elevate your skills and build apps that save and manage data. With Firebase, you can quickly connect your projects to a database to store and display the most up-to-date information, making it accessible to anyone, anytime. So let's take a glimpse at the exciting projects that are in store for you. We'll start by unraveling what Firebase is and why it's a game changer in app development. Then we'll walk through setting up Firebase, your first step towards building dynamic apps. And we'll get hands-on quickly by taking the interactive event invite project you built and hooking it up to a Firebase database. Users will be able to add and save messages for attendees to read. But that's just the beginning. We've got a lot more in store. After that, you'll build an app called Kudos Delight that spreads joy with random compliments, harnessing real-time Firebase features. You'll be able to add and save kudos to the database and randomly display them to anyone using the app. Then you'll create a fun poll app you can use with colleagues called Lunch Vote to help decide on lunch spots. You'll get hands-on experience with creating a real-time voting app. And finally, you'll develop an app called Road Wallet that's perfect for road trippers to add, manage, and split expenses. As we build these projects, remember our goal remains the same: to help you build amazing projects that persist data using AI assistance and not get overwhelmed by technical complexities. We are here to push the boundaries of your comfort zone, encouraging you to take challenges that might seem daunting at first. This section is all about building and diving into app development with Firebase using AI as your guide. And before we jump into the world of Firebase, please do share your excitement. Let your Scrimba colleagues know that you're starting this section in the Today I Will Discord channel. You can head over to the channel by clicking right on this image. All right, so if you're ready to ignite your projects with Firebase, let's get started and keep on building together. All right, let's get going with adding Firebase into the mix. Firebase is user-friendly for beginners, yet powerful enough for advanced projects, and it will be your gateway to creating database-powered real-time projects. By real-time, I mean applications that can store, sync, and display data between your users as soon as it's created or updated. So first, a little insight into Firebase. Firebase is currently being developed and backed by Google, and it provides a comprehensive suite of tools designed to help you develop high-quality apps and even games. Most developers use Firebase to build and handle what's referred to as the backend or server side of an app. That's where all the data processing and storage happens, essentially serving as the engine that powers the app's functionality. Now, setting up and maintaining a database can be a hassle. As you'll experience, the true beauty of Firebase lies in its simplicity and power, making app development accessible to everyone, including those new to coding. A standout feature of Firebase is its real-time database, which keeps data in sync across all users and devices, whether web or mobile. So this means that when you update data in the database, like adding, updating, and removing items from a shopping list app, for example, all users connected to your app receive these updates instantly without the need for the user to reload the app. So you'll find that this feature is particularly useful in scenarios like messaging, online polls, registration apps, or collaborative tools where changes made by one user are instantly visible to all other users. But why have me explain the details when you can ask ChatGPT and learn more? You can feed it a simple prompt like, I'm just learning about Firebase. Can you explain how Firebase's real-time database works in simple, non-technical terms and how I can use it in a web application? And with this prompt, you should hopefully get a detailed yet simple explanation with practical examples of Firebase. So here, for instance, it says that you can use Firebase's real-time database for data storage, real-time updates, synchronization, API access, authentication, and more. Okay, so next up, we'll get into setting up Firebase in a project and start using some features. Before we get building, I'll quickly show you how to get set up with Firebase and create your very first database using Firebase's real-time database. This will be your first big step towards building dynamic real-time prototypes and apps. Make sure you have a Google account as it's required to use Firebase. If you don't have one, now's the perfect time to create it. If you're ready, first visit the Firebase website at firebase.google.com, then click on Get Started. From here, you can create a new project by clicking on the Create a Project button. Give your project a name. This can be anything related to your app or idea. I'll name it First Database, then click Continue. It might ask you if you want to enable Google Analytics for your Firebase project. I'll choose not to enable it by toggling it off, then click Create Project. Then after a little while, boom, you've got your Firebase project. The Firebase console is where you can manage your apps, monitor performance, and access various Firebase features. Once here, be sure to spend a moment exploring as there's quite a bit to discover. Now, as I mentioned, we're only going to be concerned with the real-time database, so let's create our actual real-time database. Here in the Firebase console, navigate to the real-time database section under the Build menu. Once there, click on Create Database. First, you'll need to set a location setting for where your real-time database will be stored. So go ahead and choose a location that's closest to you. I'll stick with US Central 1, then click Next. Then you're asked to set up some security rules. For example, do you want to allow other users read and write access to your database? And you have some options here. For instance, you can start in what's called locked mode to make your data private by default. But I'll go ahead and start in test mode, which allows you to experiment more freely without strict security rules. I'll click Enable, and now the database is all set up. The first thing you want to look for is this reference URL, which is what you'll use to interact with your real-time database. Now, connecting to Firebase and interacting with your database does take some initial configuration, but no worries because we've got the setup covered for you. Scrimba offers a Firebase template you can use to build projects using Firebase, including a basic Firebase configuration for your web app. For now, all you need to do is copy this reference URL here in your database, then paste it as the value for this database URL property in the Scrim. So go ahead and replace what's there now with my database reference URL. Our database is currently empty, so let's try adding some data to it. The Firebase template provides a simple UI to kick things off for you. For example, if I type test data here in the text field, then click push to DB, it should push the text into my database. Now, my test database has a reference called things, as you can see here in the Firebase configuration. So any data I push to it will be stored under this reference named things. Okay, so now we can see the things reference added to the database console, and expanding it shows the submitted test data text. Fantastic. All right, let's add some more data. The real-time database updates data synchronously or in real time. So if I click on the plus icon next to the things reference name, I can add a new entry. For example, I'll add a message key with the value hello from Firebase, then click add. Notice how that new data instantly appears here in the app. All right, and there you have it. You're all set up with Firebase's real-time database. Up next, we'll dive deeper into how to interact with your Firebase database using JavaScript. We're going to start by integrating Firebase into a project and creating functionality to save and display messages, all while using ChatGPT to guide us through this process. So let's jump right in. This project should look familiar. It's the interactive guilh invite you built in a previous section. The only difference is that I've introduced a message input field that displays only if the user selects, yes, I will be there. That way they can submit an optional fun message for all to view. And that will be done with Firebase. When users RSVP to the event and submit a message, we'll save the message to the database, then display all the messages here in a list. The message list will update in real time, highlighting Firebase's real-time database capabilities. All right, so I've got the initial Firebase config all set up. Once again, this is using code from our Firebase Scrim template. If you're curious about it, this is what's called an import statement in JavaScript, and this imports a function from the Firebase app library named initializeApp, so we're able to use it from this file. And this function is used to initialize the Firebase app with a given configuration. And below, we are bringing in a few other functions related to the Firebase real-time database, like getDatabase, ref, push, and onValue. Then here in the app settings object, I'm defining the reference URL to my Firebase real-time database. And the line below initializes the Firebase app with the configuration defined in app settings. After initializing the app, this line retrieves the database instance associated with the initialized Firebase app. And this creates a reference to a specific path in your database. In this case, the messages path. As you learned in the previous Scrim, we can use this reference to read from or write to the database. I went ahead and created a new project in my Firebase console named guilh, just as we did in the previous Scrim, and set up a real-time database for it. And this is my special URL to connect to the database. Please do the same if you'd like to build upon this invite project. Now, I don't want anyone else to be able to access this and write to my database, so I'll show you a way to hide this URL using what's called an environment variable on Scrimba. So I'll bring up the environment variable dialog window on Scrimba. You can access it with the keyboard shortcut Command-Shift-E if you're on a Mac, or Win-Shift-E for Windows. And then create a new variable called guilh-db, exactly as shown here, then set its value to my project's database URL. Click Add Variable, and now I can access this URL from my Scrimba projects using process.env.the variable name. So I can replace the database URL here with process.env.guilh_db. And that's going to work exactly the same way while keeping my URL hidden. To learn more about environment variables on Scrimba, be sure to check out this blog post written by the Scrimba team. You can click right on this image to head over to the post. All right, now let's work with ChatGPT to bring Firebase into our project. There shouldn't be a whole lot we need to do. So what I'll do is use this initial prompt here that asks ChatGPT to first evaluate my existing JavaScript code, which I'll provide here between the backticks. Then, based on the code, it needs to add the Firebase real-time database to this project. It should save only the submitted messages to the database if the value of attendance is strictly equal to yes, or if the user selects yes, I'll be there. And all of the latest messages data needs to appear as list items in the messages list, which is this UL element here with the class messages. And I also want ChatGPT to add detailed comments to help me understand the new Firebase code. All right, so I'll copy this prompt and feed it to ChatGPT with all of the code I have here in my script.js file. And it looks like I get back all the code I need to add Firebase real-time database to my event invite project. So let's quickly review this new code. I see that we're bringing in a new function from Firebase, push. And it's using push here to save each message to the database only if the attendance value is equal to yes. So that one line here should take care of saving the data. Then it gives me this code here to display the messages from the database on the page. Now, since we're working with a real-time database, we need to listen for any changes in the database. So Firebase's onValue method does just that. It reads data and listens for changes. Each time a user submits the form with a message, new data gets added to Firebase. then this function gets called every time data is changed at the specified database reference. So it fetches all the data so that we can display it. And this code loops through all the messages returned from the database and adds them as list items inside our unordered list. All right, so I'll add this new code to my project by clicking copy code, then replacing everything in script.js with this new code. And let's try it out. I'll first add an email address, for example, guilh@Scrimba. Then for attendance, I'll select yes, I'll be there. That brings up the message input field. And I'll add a message like, I can't wait to see everyone. Then click submit. I get the party on. We look forward to seeing you at the GIF Gala confirmation message. Then if I scroll down and click the show messages button, yes, I see the message I submitted. I can't wait to see everyone, Gil. Great. All right, let's test out a few more messages. Let's add test@test.com, then select yes, I'll be there. And as the message, I'll type bringing the most epic costume. Click submit, then let's see. Great, I see the new message added to my messages list. I'll add one more message. Let's say I'm counting down the days. Click submit, and good, I see the message appear in the list. Now, if I have a look at my database in the Firebase console, I can see all of the submitted messages under the messages reference. Awesome. So now even when a user refreshes the app or closes the browser window, then revisits it, they'll still be able to see all of the messages on the page. All right, so you learn how to integrate Firebase into an existing project, and these are pretty much the steps to follow for most projects you want to connect to the real-time database. So nice work, let's keep going. All right, now we're going to spread some positivity and delight by building quite the unique web app, a compliment generator you can use to brighten someone's day with a simple, kind message. And we'll use Firebase with ChatGPT to make this happen. Our compliment generator is named Kudos Delight, and it will randomly select compliments or kudos from a database and display them to users. But that's not all. Users can also submit their own compliments, making our generator a constantly evolving pool of positivity. So we'll get to do a little random data retrieval with Firebase, which should be fun. All right, first, if you want to run this project for yourself, you'll need to create a new project in Firebase for the complement generator project and set up a real-time database for it, just like I've shown you in previous projects. Now, I've done all that and saved my database URL as an environment variable on Scrimba named kudos_db, just like this. And I've also set up a simple yet inviting UI for our complement generator, so you won't have to worry about the HTML, styling, and basic JavaScript functionality. So let's quickly go over the HTML for the app. As you can see here in the body, I have a div with a class container, and within that we have an h1 with the app's name, and then a paragraph to display all the compliments. And below the paragraph, we have a button to fetch all the compliments from the database. And then we have a toggle button that when clicked shows and hides the form to submit kudos to the database. Over in the JavaScript, I have all the initial Firebase configuration as you've seen before with a reference named compliments. Then I'm selecting some page elements like the button, complement display, and form elements and assigning them to variables. And finally, a toggle form event listener to show and hide the kudos submission form and set the toggle button's text based on whether the form is hidden or not. So that's how we're changing the button text from add kudos to hide form, for example, and showing and hiding the form. All right, it's time to set up our Firebase project. You should have created a new project in the Firebase console and set up the real-time database for it. So I'm going to ask you to work on the first part of this on your own with a challenge. We want to let users contribute kudos to the app via the form and the database. So you are going to use the provided prompt to program the submission form to add new compliments to the database. Let's have a look at the prompt here in prompt.md. This prompt lets the AI know that you'd like to build a complement generator that randomly selects compliments from a Firebase real-time database and display them to users. And first, it needs to program the submission form to let users add new compliments to the database, and that it should use your Firebase config and existing project code as a reference. So you'll need to provide all of the code here in index.js between the triple backticks. We also want detailed comments added to the new code to help us understand it. All right, so give this challenge a go now, and I'll catch up with you when you're done to go over this first part together. Okay, hopefully you were able to do that. Now I'll give it a whirl. Keep in mind that the solution you got was most likely different than mine, and that's totally fine as long as you got it to work in a similar way. All right, so I'll copy my prompt here and feed it to ChatGPT, including all of my starter code from index.js. All right, good. So I got back all of the code for adding new complements to the Firebase real-time database. So what I'll do is copy this function to handle form submissions from the provided code snippet and paste it in index.js. All right, let's go over this new code. So we have an event listener added to the complement form to handle form submissions. When the form is submitted, we prevent the default form submission behavior here with e.preventDefault. Then we get the value from the input field and trim it. This trim method cleans up the submission by removing any leading and trailing spaces, tabs, or line breaks from the string if necessary. Then if there is a new complement, or if the value of new complement is not an empty string, it pushes the string to the Firebase database as a new complement. And then after successful submission, we clear the input field, then hide the submission form by setting its class to hidden, and then update the button text accordingly. So in this case, it's setting the button text to add kudos. Finally, in any case of errors during the submission process, an error message is logged to the console here in the catch method. So this catches any errors, then displays them in the console here with console.error. All right, I'll test this out by submitting a kudo here. Let's say your jokes are truly hilarious. Then click submit. And checking my database in the console does in fact show that my complement was submitted. Great, so there's officially some communication between my project and the database. Now this was just a test submission, so I'll delete this from my Firebase database because soon I'll want to test what the app displays when there are no complements in the database. All right, so now let's work on the most important part of our project, fetching complements from the Firebase database and displaying them on the page. For that, I'll add a new prompt here to my prompt.md file. This prompt asks the AI to write the functionality that gets the complements data from Firebase, then displays a random complement to the user each time they click the generate button. And you'll do this with a challenge. I want you to use ChatGPT by feeding it this prompt to add the JavaScript to connect the generate button to Firebase, retrieve the complements, and display one random complement to the user. So go ahead and work through this challenge now, and when you're done, join me back to go over it together. All right, hopefully you were able to make this happen. Now I'll give it a go. I'll copy this prompt, then paste it into ChatGPT. And good, it looks like I get back the code snippet to fetch complements from the Firebase database. So I'll copy this new code and paste it here in index.js. All right, let's quickly go over it. In this new code, we're defining a new function called fetch complements that will fetch the complements or kudos data from Firebase. Inside the function, it's using a function from Firebase called get to retrieve data from the complements ref. Then, if data exists, we convert it into an array and select a random complement from the array. So that's what all of this code here is doing. And it's also updating the content of the complement display element on the page with the randomly selected complement. Then we're saying else if no complements exist, then set the text content of the complement display to no complements available. And just like the earlier code, in case of any errors during the fetching process, an error message is logged to the console here with this catch method. And there's also a click event listener for the generate button that calls the fetch complements function when the button is clicked. All right, let's test it out. I'll first try clicking the generate button without any kudos in the database, and it says no complements available, and that's correct. This text is being generated with this line of code here, so I'll make it more on brand and update it to say no kudos available. Okay, now I'll submit a kudo using the form. Again, let's have it say your jokes are truly hilarious. Click submit. Now I'll try clicking generate a kudo, and great, there it is. I'll submit a few more to test the randomness. I'll say you are smarter than my smartphone. Submit it. Then how about you're the human version of a high five? Submit that. And one more. Your ideas are always so innovative. All right, let's try generating random kudos. And perfect. We are indeed starting to generate random kudos from our database. The final thing I'll do is give the user some visual feedback once they've submitted their kudos, and I'll use this prompt for that. It says to add the necessary code to display a success message once the user submits a compliment to the database, and that the message should disappear after 3 seconds. All right, so let me feed this prompt to ChatGPT, and I get back the new code for displaying a success message when the user submits a compliment to the database. So first, it's selecting an HTML element with the ID success message, which will be used to display the success message. So I'll copy this line from the code snippet and paste it in index.js, where I'm selecting all of my page elements. And below, it's defining a new function called showSuccessMessage. So I'll copy this function from the code snippet and add it to my code here in index.js. This function sets the display style property of the success message element to block to make it visible, and it uses a function in JavaScript called setTimeout to hide the success message after 3 seconds by setting the display style property to none. And inside the form submission event listener, after successfully adding a compliment to the database, it's calling the showSuccessMessage function to display the success message for 3 seconds. So I'll copy this function call from the code snippet, then add it to my compliment form event listener right here in this then method. Now I've already included a paragraph element in my HTML for the success text. Notice how it's initially hidden by setting an inline display style to none. All right, so all that's left is trying it out. Let's first check if generating a kudo still works, and it does. So now I'll try submitting a kudo. Let's just say, you're the coolest. Click submit. And fantastic, the success message displays for about 3 seconds, then it disappears. I'll add another kudo for good measure. Let's say you have an amazing way with words. All right, perfect. So congrats on building your very own compliment generator. You've just built something that not only teaches you valuable coding skills, but also has the power to spread positivity. So be sure to share your Kudos Delight app on social media and with the Scrimba community to show the world what you've built using a database. It's Friday afternoon at work, and there you are again in that endless where should we eat for lunch debate with your coworkers. It's a common dilemma in every workplace. Well, it's time to say goodbye to all those lengthy discussions and indecisions, because we're going to build something that's not only fun, but also incredibly practical, a lunch break poll app called LunchVote. This app will not only make deciding where to go for lunch easier, but also give you the opportunity to keep building real-time web apps. Once again, we'll use Firebase for real-time data handling and ChatGPT for any coding queries we might have. In the LunchVote app, users can add their favorite lunch spots to a list. Then the team can vote on where they'd like to go. So we're going to focus on real-time
Smash that
vote
like
tallying
button,
and allowing
drop a comment
everyone
down
to see the
below,
world evolve
and
as
subscribe
votes
to
are
Pro
cast.
Free
So
Courses
let's jump in
Comp
and get
now.
started. I've already set us up with our application's main structure. This is all ChatGPT generated. And if you're curious, I fed ChatGPT this prompt to create the initial HTML, CSS, and JavaScript code. In the HTML, we have a form with an input field for adding lunch places and a submit button, and below a div for displaying the top lunch vote and a list for displaying each lunch place. As usual, in the JavaScript, we have the initial Firebase configuration, and I've created a reference to a specific location in the Firebase database named places. And as usual, that's creating using Firebase's ref method. And below, we are prepared to interact with the web page by obtaining references to various elements like the form and input field, and the elements that will be used for displaying and interacting with data from the Firebase database. Now, we're only going to focus on the Firebase code in this project. So first things first, you'll need to set up a new Firebase project and create a real-time database. I've already done that and stored the database URL in a Scrimba environment variable named lunchvotedb. So go ahead and do that now. Okay, so with our front end ready, it's time to integrate Firebase. We'll need to include some JavaScript that will push new lunch places to Firebase and fetch them for display. Most importantly, we'll need to implement real-time vote tallying, where vote counts update once they're clicked. That way, everyone can see the most popular choices as votes come in. All right, so I'll kick things off with this prompt that lets ChatGPT know that I'm building an app called Lunch Vote to add lunch places, display them, and allow users to vote. I want it to store each lunch place in Firebase, and that users cast a vote by clicking on a lunch place. The vote counts should update in real time using Firebase's real-time database. And as usual, I wanted to evaluate and use my Firebase configuration and existing project code as a reference to get started. Like before, I'll include my Java.
Are you ready to unlock the power of programming? Welcome to Pro Free Courses Comp, the one-stop destination for all things coding. With us, you're not just learning, you're embarking on an exciting journey into the world of programming. Imagine having access to over 100 comprehensive courses from the world's top universities all at your fingertips. From Microsoft Office to Google Workspace, from Python to JavaScript, from React to Node.js, from beginner to advanced, it's all here and it's all free. This isn't just about learning to code, it's about mastering the language of the future. Joining Pro Free Courses Comp means becoming part of a community of learners, developers, and innovators. It means stepping into a world where learning never stops, where every line of code you write opens up a new universe of possibilities. So why wait? Subscribe now and take the first step towards coding your future. With Pro Free Courses Comp, you're not just learning to code, you're learning to create, innovate, and transform the world. Pro Free Courses Comp, learn, code, your path to success.
Lunch Vote app and tackled JavaScript between the triple backticks. And naturally, I wanted to add detailed comments to the new code to help me understand it. All right, so let's feed this to ChatGPT. Now, normally I've been using ChatGPT 3.5 for our projects, but I'll need to step up my game with ChatGPT 4. Why the change? Well, GPT 3.5 has shown some compatibility issues with our project's needs, according to its latest training data for Firebase specifically. So in this case, ChatGPT 4 is more adept at handling and parsing this codebase and what we need for the Lunch Vote app. All right, so I'll add my prompt here. And I get back a lot of new code, and it's code that pushes a new lunch place to Firebase when the form is submitted, then listens for changes in the Firebase database and updates the UI, and it's implementing a voting mechanism. There's quite a bit of code here, so I'll copy the entire JavaScript snippet and replace everything in my index.js file with the new code. There we go. So let's go over the new code. When the user submits the form, this event listener triggers. In this if statement, it pushes a new place with the name and an initial vote count of 0 to Firebase. Then it clears the input field after submission. We also have a real-time data listener. Firebase's onValue function constantly listens for changes in the places Firebase reference. So whenever a change occurs, like a new place is added or votes are updated, it updates the UI. And with this code, when a user clicks on a list item or place, it triggers a vote increment for that specific place in Firebase. It's bringing in a new function from Firebase called update to increment the vote count. And it looks like here the app tracks and updates which place has the highest vote. And then this code displays the leading place on the page. Overall, this code ensures that your app's UI is always in sync with your Firebase database in real time, providing a dynamic and interactive user experience. All right, let's try it. I'll add a lunch place like Big Kahuna Burger. I hear they've got some tasty burgers. And I'll add another place. There we go. All right, I'll click to vote for Big Kahuna Burger. And good, I see the vote count update to 1 and the leading place update to Big Kahuna Burger with 1 vote. And if we have a look at our database, we can see the data being stored under the places reference. Each place has a name and vote property, and currently Big Kahuna Burger is set to 1. So it looks like our app is successfully updating and retrieving vote counts in Firebase instantly. That way everyone can see the most popular choices as votes come in. Now currently, it seems like anyone can vote as many times as they want. For example, I can keep clicking on a place and the vote count keeps going up. So let's figure out how to allow users to vote only once. And by that, I mean let's have ChatGPT figure this out for us. So I'll use this prompt here that says, add the code to allow a user only to vote once, and that users should also be able to change their vote. So I'll feed this prompt to ChatGPT, and in its reply, it says that to implement the feature where a user can only vote once but can change their vote, we need to track which place a user has voted for. And that can be done by storing the user's vote in the local storage of the browser. Well, that's pretty clever. Local storage is a browser feature that allows a site to store some data in the browser, which it can use again and again when you revisit the site. Now, it looks like quite a bit of code was updated, so thankfully it gives me the entire JavaScript code to copy into my project. So I'll copy everything by clicking copy code and then replacing everything in my index.js file with this new code. Okay, let's go over the changes. So here I'm seeing this new function named update user vote, which uses the browser's local storage to remember the user's current vote. This is a simple way to track votes without requiring user authentication, for example. And this function handles changing the user's vote. It decreases the vote count for the previous choice, as we can see here in this if statement. It looks like it's using Firebase's update function to update only the value of a place's vote property in the database. So it's decreasing it here by 1 if the vote count is greater than 0. Now, this code below increases the vote count for the new vote. So it's also using Firebase's update function to increase the vote count here, and it's updating it in the browser's local storage. And it looks like there's also added logic for the vote changing. So here with this code, when a user clicks on a list item, it checks if the user is changing their vote here in this if statement. If so, it updates the vote both in Firebase and in the local storage by running this update user vote function we just looked at. All right, looks like those are all the changes, so let's test this. First, I'll reset the database by deleting all of the lunch places. There we go. I'll add a couple of new lunch places. All right, so now if I try voting, I see that I can only vote for one place. So I keep trying to vote for Good Burger by clicking on it, but it doesn't allow me to increase the vote count. Now, if I click to vote for the other place, notice how my vote switches. Excellent. In fact, I have this app open right now in multiple browsers. So if I vote on a lunch place, you can see it update here in the app in real time. So check it out. Hey, it looks like Jack Rabbit Slims won. They do have some pretty good $5 milkshakes. Finally, how about we add a feature where a user can delete the poll once a place has been chosen? For that, I'll use this prompt here that says add a delete poll button at the bottom, which clears the database and resets the poll, and to display the delete button only after a poll gets created. All right, so here you go, ChatGPT, do your thing. And here's all the new code. So first, I need to add this delete poll button to my HTML. I'll go ahead and copy it, then paste it in my HTML just below the places list. Notice how the button is initially hidden with its display properties set to none. Next, I'll modify my JavaScript to include the logic for showing the button, handling the click event, and resetting the poll. I'll copy this line of code here that targets that delete button in my HTML, and include the variable up here where I'm targeting all of my page elements right there. And in the new JavaScript, we have this reset poll function. So I'll go ahead and copy that and add it to my code. Let's just paste it right here below my variables. So when this delete poll button gets clicked, we're going to call this function to clear the Firebase database where the polls are stored. That's being done right here with this set method. And then it's going to clear the leading place display as well as the list of places and hide the delete button. And it looks like we have a new if-else statement we need to add to our onValue function. So I'll copy that from the code snippet, then scroll down to my onValue function where I'm listening for real-time updates from Firebase right here. And I'll just paste in the new if-else statement at the top. Remember, onValue is a listener for the Firebase database. It checks if any polls exist and updates the visibility of the delete button accordingly. So for example, this script here checks if there are any polls in the database. If polls are present, it shows the delete button by setting its display style to block. Otherwise, the button remains hidden with its display style set to none. Finally, I'll copy this event listener here for the delete button and paste it in my code right at the bottom. So when the delete button gets clicked, it calls the reset pull function to reset the pull. And remember, that is this function here that we just added to our code. Okay, so let's test this out. Once again, I'll clear my database so I can see if the delete pull button gets hidden. I just did that in my Firebase console, and good, I no longer see lunch places in the app. So because my database is empty, we are not seeing the delete pull button just yet, but I'll add a place to start a poll. And good, the delete pull button appears. I'll add a couple more places. And there we go. Now, to me, the button feels a bit misaligned. I want to align it center on the page, so I can quickly do that with a CSS adjustment. This rule here is targeting the delete pull button. And you've learned in previous projects that you can center align an element on the page using margin and the value auto. So I'll replace this margin top property here with the margin shorthand, and I'll keep the 20 pixels of top margin. Then I'll set the left and right margin values here to auto and the bottom margin value to 0. And there we go. Our button is now perfectly center aligned. I'll click to vote on a lunch place. We see the vote count change and the leading place change up top. Now clicking the delete poll button should delete the lunch places from the app, so I'll try that. And I get an error. It says that set is not defined. Take a moment to have a look through index.js and see if you can figure out how to fix this. Okay, so this fix shouldn't be too bad. I see that the reference error is set is not defined. So here in this reset poll function, we are using Firebase's set function to reset the poll when the button gets clicked. So I'll have a look at where we are importing the functions from Firebase, and I do not see that we're importing the set function. So presumably all I need to do here is include the set function, and now I'll try clicking delete poll, and great, all the lunch places get deleted from the app. So it looks like we're done here. Now I want you to pause me for a bit and take the time to add some places, cast your votes, and watch how the application responds in real time. Okay, great. So now maybe even think about ways to extend the app with more features. For example, what happens when there's a tie between 2 or more lunch places? And congrats, you've just built a real-time lunch break poll app, showcasing the power of Firebase in creating dynamic, user interactive web apps. So well done, let's move on to our final project. You're on a road trip with friends. The journey is epic, but tracking who paid for gas, snacks, and other stuff is turning into a chaotic mess. Sound familiar? Well, it's time to bring clarity and ease to your adventures. We're about to build the Road Wallet app, the ultimate solution for managing group travel expenses without the headaches. Road Wallet provides a real-time overview of expenses, balances, and settles the who paid for what debate instantly. So here's what our app will feature. Travelers will be able to log various expenses categorized into food, gas, accommodations, sightseeing, and more. And you can add travelers to split costs and display each person's share. You'll also be able to review your expenses here under Expense History. And here you can also easily delete expenses in case of errors or changes. And the app will use the data from Firebase to do real-time calculations to show how much each traveler owes in real time as expenses are added. I've provided all of the starter code from the app, which we'll take a look at in just a bit. And here's what the Road Wallet app is looking like so far. I can click Manage Travelers to add travelers to the app, and they get displayed below. You can select an expense here from the category menu, for example, gas, and set the amount to, let's say, $100. Click Add Expense and see it listed under Expense History. I can add another expense like food and just say $200, for example. And now our expense total is $300. And if we click Manage Travelers, we can see that both Gil and Tom each owe $150. Now, this isn't connected to Firebase just yet. So if I refresh the app, all my expenses and traveler data is reset. So again, to ensure seamless collaboration and real-time updates, we're going to connect Road Wallet to Firebase's real-time database with the help of ChatGPT. We're going to persist the expense and traveler data to Firebase so that when a traveler or expense gets added or updated, the changes will be saved to the Firebase database. In this project, we're starting with more pre-written code than usual, and like the previous project, I used ChatGPT to help me generate all of the code. The goal in this scrim is to explore how ChatGPT can effectively interact with, modify, and enhance a substantial existing code base like ours. So as usual, in the JavaScript, we have the initial Firebase configuration, and here I have a reference to a specific location in the Firebase database named RoadWallet. I created a new project in Firebase and set up a real-time database for it, and I saved the database's reference URL in a Scrimba variable named RoadWalletDB. So go ahead and do that now if you want to work on this project. All right, so below we are retrieving all of the necessary elements for manipulation, for example, the expense form, modal window, buttons, and more. And then we have two arrays here to store expenses and travelers data. And below that, we have our event listeners that open and close the traveler's modal window when the open or close button is clicked. And this event listener here closes the modal window if the user clicks outside of it, like so. And here's the event listener for the expense form submission and the event listener for adding a traveler. Now below are all of the functions that handle logic, such as managing expenses and travelers data, as well as keeping track of the total expenses amount and the amount owed by each traveler and displaying them in the app. If needed, I recommend that you pause me and take a moment to review this code before moving on. Okay, so I'm going to use this prompt here to connect my app to Firebase. The prompt will let ChatGPT know that I've built the front end for an app which does the following. And it lists its features like logging travel expenses under categories, adding travelers to split costs, and displaying each person's share. And the app will show how much each traveler owes in real time as expenses are added, and it will list and delete expenses. So we want ChatGPT to write the code to store and manage the app's traveler and expense data using Firebase's real-time database. And like we've done in previous projects, I want ChatGPT to use my Firebase configuration and existing project code as a reference to get started. So I will be providing all of the code from index.js here between the triple backticks. And I want it to give me back the entire JavaScript code with detailed comments to help me understand it. All right, so let's paste this code into ChatGPT, including all of my code from index.js. And once again, I'm going to leverage the power and the latest knowledge and Firebase training data of ChatGPT 4 for that. It will be much more adept at handling what we need for RoadWallet. And it looks like I get back a lot of changes. Now, to avoid any confusion with the new code or the possibility of leaving out code and breaking my app, I'll ask ChatGPT to please give me the complete JavaScript file, because it looks like it's leaving out some of my existing code. So this way I'll be able to just replace my existing code with all of the updated code. All right, there is the complete JavaScript file with the Firebase integration. So I'll copy it from ChatGPT and then replace everything in index.js with this new code. Wow, this is a lot of code, so let's spend some time going over it. The new code integrates Firebase's real-time database with my existing logic, enabling the app to store and manage data in the real-time database. And it also covers all the functionalities for adding, deleting, and displaying expenses and travelers. In the new code, it looks like we're bringing in some new functions from Firebase, remove and set. And we have some new references. Expenses ref and travelers ref are references to specific paths in the Firebase database where expenses and travelers data will be stored. I also noticed that the handle new expense and handle new traveler functions now include logic to save new expenses and travelers to Firebase using the push and set methods, as you can see here. And these delete expense and remove traveler functions remove items from Firebase using their unique IDs. And cool, I see that it included on-value listeners for expenses ref and travelers ref to automatically update our local expenses and travelers array when there's a change in the Firebase database. And I see that the add expense to list and add traveler to list functions have been modified to include the unique ID of each traveler or expense, which is necessary for deletion operations. All right, as usual, if you have any questions about this code, you can always ask the AI to explain the parts of the code that you don't quite understand yet. And if that's a lot right now, that's completely normal. Remember, the focus here is to push the limits with all of the ways AI can contribute to our code and projects. All right, so let's test it out by adding some data and playing around with the features. We also want to ensure that everything syncs perfectly with Firebase and that our calculations are accurate. So first, I'll click Manage Travelers to open up the modal window and add travelers. Let's say Gil, Tom, Rafid, and Bob. That sounds like a fun road trip. Okay, let's add some expenses. First, I'll select the food category and let's say $500. Click Add Expense. And there we go. We see food listed in the expense history. So if I click to manage the travelers, we see that each person owes $125, and that's correct. Okay, let's add more expenses. Naturally, we'll need to pay for gas. So let's say $250. There we see gas in the expense history. And each person now owes $187.50. All right, let's see. We'll need some accommodations, so that'll be about $600. There we go. And our traveler data updated accordingly. Good. If I delete an expense, let's say gas, for example, now each person owes $275. And if for some reason someone drops out, like me, and now each person owes about $367. Sorry about that. All right, now looking at the data in my Firebase console, I can see all of the data saved under expenses and travelers, for example, but it looks like we might not need this amount owed property in the database. Notice how they are all set to 0. So it seems like the code is using the expenses data from the database to generate the amount owed by each person. And that's completely fine for this first go at the app. So since we don't need the amount owed property saved to the database, we can remove the Firebase code here that is setting that property. And that's being done here in the handle new traveler function. So here in the set method, we can remove the amount owed property. That way it's just setting or saving the new traveler name to Firebase. And everything should work exactly the same way, and it does. So I'm back in the road trip. Let's welcome Pear to the road trip. And good, the amount owed still updates accordingly for each person. I'll even delete some expenses and test that it also updates the amount owed. For example, say goodbye to food, and it does. Let's say food is now $700, and that worked. The total expenses is $1,300, and each person owes $260. All right, so now I'll test refreshing the app entirely, and all of my Road Wallet data should be present, and it is. Fantastic. Hey, so congratulations on building Road Wallet. You've navigated a complex code base, implemented real-time data handling, and created a solution that makes travel easier and more enjoyable for everyone involved. So what I want you to do now is think about how you might transform the app into a mobile-friendly app that users can install on their device and conveniently launch from their home screen. You learned how to do just that in the previous section, so follow those steps to make it happen. And be sure to share your app and show everyone what you've built. I'll see you in the next Scrim to wrap things up. Wow, what a great ride this has been. As we wrap up this section, take a moment to reflect on your achievements. You've not only embraced the power of Firebase, but also built some pretty fantastic real-time data-driven applications. You connected your interactive guilh invitation to a real-time database to save and display messages, then ventured through the creation of the complement generator, spreading joy with every click. And we navigated the collaborative world of decision-making with the practical yet challenging Road Wallet app, making every road trip more organized and fun. These projects weren't just about coding, they were about bringing ideas to life and solving real-world problems with a database. You've come a long way, so it's time to give yourself a well-deserved pat on the back and treat yourself. Every line of code you wrote and every problem you solved has brought you one step closer to becoming a more proficient and confident builder. So keep experimenting, keep building, and most importantly, keep enjoying every step of your building journey. Thanks, and happy building.
Are you ready to unlock the power of programming? Welcome to Pro Free Courses Comp, the one-stop destination for all things coding. With us, you're not just learning, you're embarking on an exciting journey into the world of programming. Imagine having access to over 100 comprehensive courses from the world's top universities all at your fingertips. From Microsoft Office to Google Workspace, from Python to JavaScript, from React to Node.js, from beginner to advanced, It's all here and it's all free. This isn't just about learning to code, it's about mastering the language of the future. Joining pro free courses. Comp means becoming part of a community of learners, developers, and innovators. It means stepping into a world where learning never stops, where every line of code you write opens up a new universe of possibilities. So why wait? Subscribe now and take the first step towards coding your future. With Pro Free Courses Comp, you're not just learning to code, you're learning to create, innovate, and transform the world. Pro Free Courses Comp. Learn, code, your path to success.